Just to let everybody know that we are now live streaming.
Merci.
Bonjour Marc.
Bonjour.
Good morning, everyone. Happy Thursday. A little bit of a dreary day out there. We've got a lot on the agenda today. We'll just wait for everyone to log in. Bonjour, Mathieu. It's nice to see you. Hi, Teresa. It's so good to see you too.
Hi, Matt.
Beautiful day. Hopefully you didn't get too wet on your way in today, Matt.
You can see the hair, eh? It's got
You got a little gleam. You got a little gleam in there, yeah.
It's gonna dry out. It's gonna be a long session. By the end of it, check in.
I think you'll be okay by that for sure. Good morning, Councillor McKenney. It's nice to see you.
Morning.
How are you this morning?
I'm good, thanks. How's everyone?
Not too bad. Matt's a little moist.
Yeah, I went out in that. I was out earlier, but I got to come home and shower.
I did the same. I was out in it a little bit today too. I told my daughter that it was going to rain, and we went outside and it wasn't raining, but as I was putting it in the car, it started to pour. And she's like, "Oh, Dad was right." I'm like, "Yeah, I mean, we have some apps that tell us that it's going to rain.
Yeah.
Not like omnipotent, I swear." Good morning, Caroline. Hello.
Hi, it's Caroline.
Good morning, Laura, and good morning, Diane. Hi. Welcome.
Bonjour Matt, ça va?
Oui, tellement bien, merci. Good morning, Ralston. Hello.
Good morning.
So nice to see everyone on this very rainy Thursday morning. See, we have Tim with us as well. Good morning, Tim. Good morning, Catherine. Catherine number 2, that is.
The other Catherine.
The other Catherine.
That's great. Good morning.
Good morning, Eli. We'll just give everyone. Good morning. Just give everyone one more minute to join.
I see Mr. Monte hate to leave us. I guess he likes to stay with us. Good morning. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Councillor. Good morning, Chair. Morning, everyone.
Hey, Tony.
Mr. Coordinator, we have a piece of media during my opening notes. Do you have that lined up and ready to go?
I haven't received anything, no.
Okay.
Not for the opening comments.
If you have it, Mr. Chair, we could have it forwarded to us, or we could give you co-host ability to screen share it if that's quicker and more efficient.
Okay, let me just take a peek here. Just bear with me for a brief moment. It is important enough that we get it right. Caitlin, do you want me to send you the link?
Sure, that would be wonderful.
Okay. Okay, you should have it. Let me know that you're able to open it. I'll just wait for a confirmation from the clerk and then we'll get started. Pardon everyone for the delay. This should be a SharePoint link.
I've received the linking. You confirm if it's supposed to have sound.
I don't think it much matters either way. If there is
Perfect.
no sound, that's fine. I'll speak over it. That's no problem.
I think we should be good to go then.
Thank you very much. Truly appreciate it. Well, good morning, everyone. Happy Thursday. Bonjour à tous et à toutes. Welcome to this meeting of the Community and Protective Services Committee. Just a couple of brief reminders before we begin. Participants, please keep your microphones muted until I call on you to speak. I'll provide each committee member with the opportunity to ask questions or comment on each item in the order in which they raise their hand on Zoom. Committee members will be called on first, followed by any other members of council who have joined the meeting. For panelists, the raised hand option is found at the bottom of the participants list. And for attendees, you'll find the raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom window. And for those calling in, please press *9 to raise your hand. The committee coordinator and I will be watching for those cues, and the usual 5 minutes will apply, but don't worry, we'll get you back on the list if you have more questions. That's no problem. Members are also reminded to submit any motions, visual supports, or declarations of interest in writing to the coordinator at the earliest convenience. Although the deadlines have passed for residents to register to speak to this committee, residents may still make written submissions prior to council on October 27th, and I will note that we have received some written submissions on some of the items which have been distributed to members of the committee. If you have any technical difficulties signing into the meeting, you can contact the clerk's office at committees@ottawa.ca or by calling 613-580-2424 extension 28821. I'd like to begin this meeting by acknowledging that Ottawa is built on unceded Algonquin Anishinaabe territory. The peoples of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation have lived on this territory for millennia. Their culture and their presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. The City of Ottawa honors the peoples and the land of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation. The City of Ottawa honors all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples and their valuable past and present contributions to this land. Thank you for joining us today. Je vous remercie de vous joindre à nous aujourd'hui. And Ms. McDonald, if you can please load that piece of media. Well, before we get into our agenda, I'd like to take a moment to recognize that this is the last meeting for our General Manager, Tony Monte. For more than 2 decades, Tony has provided his valuable guidance to the Community and Protective Services Committee, and we will certainly miss his advice as we watch a slideshow of Tony's hair getting gradually grayer and grayer over the years. Pour ceux d'entre vous qui ne savent pas, Tony prendra sa retraite à la fin du mois après 42 ans dans la fonction publique. Tony is retiring at the end of this month after 42 years of public service. He's worked for the City of Ottawa for more than 20 years. He started as the first chief of Ottawa's Amalgamated Paramedic Services and has now become the General Manager of Emergency and Protective Services. Tony has faced just about everything one could imagine: flooding, tornadoes, train and bus incidents and crashes, you name it. He has not only seen it, but he has handled it, and all for the people of Ottawa. Tony was integral in the introduction of modern emergency response standards through his work with the fire location study, as well as championing considerable investments for our city's paramedics through the Paramedic Service Review. Il a passé toute sa carrière à répondre aux urgences et à sauver des vies. He spent his entire career responding to emergencies and saving lives. Ottawa was, and certainly will, continue to be, even after his departure, incredibly fortunate to have had such an experienced, pragmatic, and compassionate leader at the helm of our emergency response during the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you, Tony, for your public service. Thank you for working tirelessly to keep our community safe. And I hope the next chapter of your life is fulfilling, and we wish you the very best.
I'm going to cry.
Thank you, Chair. That's very, very kind. Thank you, all of you. It's been an honor. Thank you.
Today we have a full
Chair,
agenda.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, please go ahead.
you may have noticed, but I was in an awful lot of those photos.
You
Some of
certainly
them-
were.
Some of them you may not have recognized me in because they go back a long way. But I just wanted to take a moment, if you don't mind, because Tony
Absolutely,
and I
please.
have worked together. Oh my gosh, Tony, I guess right since amalgamation, and we have, our paths have crossed a lot. I've been chairs of committees that Tony has been involved in, and probably Tony is one of the city staff that I've worked with closer since amalgamation, all of these years. And I just have to say, he's such a great guy, and he's just so great to work with. And I don't think he ever got mad at me once. And I'm not sure I could say that about any other city employee. So, he's kind of outstanding in my mind in that way. But, we've been through a lot together. And I just want to say, Tony, you have been an amazing, outstanding, incredible employee for this city. The city is better by having had you here. And I will really miss you, and I wish you all the best for the next chapter of your life. And I hope it's as rewarding and fulfilling as your time with the City of Ottawa. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Very kind. Thank you.
If it pleases the committee, if anyone else would like to have a tribute to Tony, please go ahead.
I'll just brag that he's a resident of Cumberland Ward, by the way. Just.
Sure, I
Please
don't
go
think
ahead.
that's fair. I think we'd all have things to say. Eli, I have things to say. So I'll reach out to you personally, Tony, just so that we don't monopolize the meeting. And it's not because we're not saying anything that we don't feel the same way that Diane does.
Yeah, same here. I actually worked with Tony for many years when I was staff, worked directly with Tony. So we've seen both sides of each other's work. I am really sad to see Tony leave the city, but also we'll reach out, Tony.
Thank you.
Well, thanks, Tony. We really appreciate your hard work. And we're going to get every dollar that we can out of you today. So stick around, my friend. We appreciate you being here. Today, we have a very full agenda. We'll examine several reports from Emergency and Protective Services, including the new Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, which sets out the strategies and outcomes to address the root causes of crime, social disorder, and ill health, and improve the safety and well-being for everyone in Ottawa. A reminder that this framework was mandated by the provincial government, and that much work is left to be done on the side of ensuring that this plan is properly funded. So we will be doing that work with the province to ensure that this provincially mandated program receives proper funding from the proper order of government. We'll also receive the annual reports from Security and Emergency Management, Ottawa Fire Services, and the 911 Service. Community and Social Services has brought forward a renewed 5-year strategic plan for long-term care services, emphasizing an innovative person-centered approach to enrich the quality of life for residents and foster strong relationships between residents, families, staff, volunteers, and the community. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank the citizen members of our advisory board that have been working with us throughout this process. I had the privilege of sitting on that board with our citizen members. This is an incredibly bright group of people that really did help to shape this and future plans moving forward. We'll also receive an update on the province's 2020 to 2024 plan to modernize and streamline social assistance and how the city is preparing for the upcoming changes. So now let's get on with today's business. We have received regrets from Vice Chair Eglai. Could the committee coordinator please call the roll? And a reminder to members to please unmute yourselves when you're called. Thank you.
Councillor Meehan.
Good morning, I'm here.
Councillor Kitts.
Here.
Councillor McKenney,
Good morning.
Conseiller Fleury,
Bonjour.
Councillor Tierney,
Present.
Councillor Deans,
I'm here.
Councillor Kavanaugh,
Here.
Councillor El Shantiri,
Present.
Councillor Dudas,
Present.
Chair Luloff.
I am here too. Do we have any declarations of interest on any of the items? before us
Mr.
today?
Chair, just to notice that the committee member is missing, I believe, Councillor Dudas and Councillor Turney. It's just, I'm not sure why, but
Oh, in the
if you look
role?
at the committee membership this morning, and those two names are missing.
Huh. Councillor Cherney.
Yeah, no, I've said present. I'm here.
Okay, and we've got Councillor Dudas as well. We're all here. Do we have any?
If you look at the list, the committee members list, those two names are missing from the list, from your agenda. That's what I'm trying to make a point.
My apologies.
I have them in the notes here, but we'll make sure that we get that fixed for the next meeting. Thanks, Councillor Santieri. I appreciate that. Are there any declarations of
On the
interest?
agenda as well.
Okay, Mr. Coordinator, can we sort that out for our next meeting, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. Any declarations of interest?
No.
Seeing none? Okay, confirmation of minutes. Minutes number 21 for Thursday, September 16th, 2021. Are the minutes for the meetings of September 16th, 2021 confirmed?
Carried.
Confirmed?
Okay.
Wonderful. Okay, we'll do our best to make our way through a consent agenda, totally understanding that there's quite a bit of interest in many of the items that we have today. So we'll set aside the ones that we can. Number one, Community Partnership Capital Programs Annual Report. Does anyone wish to hold this item?
Carried.
Seeing that. Carried? Okay,
Okay.
thank you. Thank you. Number two, Emergency and Protective Services Security and Emergency Management. So the 911 report 2019 and 2020. We have received no written submissions and no delegations are here on this item, although we do have Chief Kim Ayat and Beth Gooding here to answer questions if there are any. Was anybody like to hold this item or can we carry it?
I would like to ask questions.
Okay, we will hold item 2 for you, Councillor. No problem. Item number 3, Security and Emergency Management 2019 and 2020 Annual Report. We received no written submissions and no delegations. Does anyone wish to hold this item?
Received.
Councillor Fleury wants to hold the item.
Yeah, very brief.
If you have a brief question, Councillor Fleury, I mean, if you'd like, you can ask them now. Or would you rather hold it?
Yeah, let's hold it. Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. No problem. Okay, we'll hold that for you, Councillor. No problem. Number 4, we have the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. There will be a PowerPoint presentation on this, so we will hold that item. Number 5, we have the Ottawa Fire Services 2020 Annual Report. We did receive one piece of correspondence, which has been distributed, and we do have one delegation on this item in Doug McLennan, the president of the Ottawa Professional Firefighters Association. We'll give our delegation an opportunity to speak, so we'll hold that item as well. Number 6, Social Assistance Modernization, Transformation, and Integration Update. Does anyone wish to hold this item?
Yeah, I would. Thank you.
Okay.
I don't understand it. I'd love staff presentation, frankly. I've read the report.
Okay, fair enough. No problem. We'll hold that item as well. Okay. Item number 7, Long-Term Care Services Strategic Plan. We do have a presentation on that item, so we will hold that item as well. Okay, and the committee has received 2 IPDs. So this memo has been listed on the agenda. So we have the Accessibility Advisory Committee member appointment and the use of delegated authority during 2020 by the Recreation, Culture, and Facilities Services Department set out in Schedule E of Bylaw 2020-360 as amended by Bylaw 2021-8. Okay, so moving on to our held items. We will begin with item number 2 as held by Councillor Kavanagh, the 911 Annual Report 2019 and 2020. We have Chief Kim Ayat, who I'll invite now to make some brief opening remarks before we open it up to questions to staff. So please welcome to the committee, Chief, and please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, this report is very simple. It's a 911 contract that we have currently with police. It's due for renewal, and we have, they've been following the metrics. It is a good system that we currently have in place, and certainly I'm just actually hoping that we can get right to questions. I don't know that we need to do a presentation on this specific report.
Okay, questions to staff. We'll begin with Councillor Kavanagh, who held the item. Please go ahead.
Well, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. When I look at the report and I see that 911 goes through police, I wanted to ask if other municipalities look at doing 911 differently, because I believe they do. The reason I'm asking is in terms of mental health calls and other situations that don't require police, I wanted to know how that can be changed. And so it struck me this is the ideal time to talk about it.
Thank you, Councillor, through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, so I have Beth Gooding with me, who may be able to speak with regards to other 911 suppliers. I believe the system is very similar in Ontario across the board with regards to 911 as a primary public safety answering service, and they provide very quick service to either go to the secondary services such as police, paramedic, or fire. And once they receive the call, they have 6 seconds to do that. So I don't know that this system has a lot of play in it with regards to how people decide on how the calls go. So if it's a crime, it goes to police. If it's a fire, an emergency, a rescue, it goes to fire. And if it's a medical emergency, it goes to paramedics, obviously. I think that we have some opportunities for us to look into the future. I just don't know that it's part of this program to actually do that. Also, the current system that we have is very cost effective in that the service that police provide us is very reasonable for the price that we currently pay for it. So is Beth on the panelist group, or can we get her to comment to the questions with regards to other services?
Hi, thank you. I don't have specific statistics, but I can confirm that the model that we have in place in Ottawa, where the police service are the primary public safety answering point, is the most common, not only in Ontario, but across Canada. It's a very efficient model for Ottawa. They do the initial call triage, and as Kim noted, determine if it's for police, fire, or ambulance. It's a team of civilians who work out of police headquarters at Elgin Street. And from a 911 intake perspective, we are very happy with the service being provided by Ottawa Police.
Okay, thank you. Because one of the concerns that we hear about is mental health calls, and rather than having police come, to have experts in mental health. And I just want to know how that can be integrated into this service.
I also see that we have our city manager with us who would like to make comment on this. Please go ahead, Mr. City Manager.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't normally join this committee, but I wanted to see the pictures of Diane Deans from 20 years ago on the presentation.
Hey, watch out. We saw your face in there as well.
You were there too, Steve.
I have to Photoshop a few of those things, to tell you the truth, but you can't erase history, as they say. But I wanted to be part of the presentation at the beginning, but I feel I'd just like to interject here because I have been mandated with looking at the mental health initiative, actually the motion that Councillor Deans moved. And so we do have a guiding council, and to answer Councillor Kavanagh's question directly, the guiding council is looking as its first priority what the mental health response for crisis involving police in the community, how that will work. and looking at what will be the triage system for the community in terms of how do those calls get relayed to other organizations such as 211, 311. So that work is happening. And I don't think the 911 contract should be delayed because of that. We would make adjustments and adjust that contract going forward. It's going to take some time, obviously, because you just can't change you don't want to risk your 911 emergency triage system right now because it is working very well. But there is opportunity based on the discussions that are happening with the community and our guiding council, which is expanded, to look at what are the opportunities to offload calls to other agencies in the community to handle mental health calls rather than police. So that report and that information will come back ultimately to this committee through the Community and Safety Wellbeing Plan and ultimately to council. So you will receive that information in the coming months.
Okay, thank you very much.
Certainly very much appreciate the initial work done by Councillor Deans at the police board that has really set EPS up and on a good track here to deliver those services. Mental health is something that I believe that we all really deeply care about and certainly do appreciate that work. So thank you, Councillor Deans, and thank you to our team for the work on that. Councillor Fleury, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Mr. City Manager. I hope that you're able to stay for the item, the wellness plan, because I do have questions relating to the guiding council and so on that I will raise at that point. But for this item, I guess I have two questions, and I'm more looking for information, frankly. I thought the report was good, but I remember reading these reports, and they used to have a calls that fall. You know, it's normal, calls do fall, and we do usually track that. So I couldn't find it in this report. Maybe I missed it. And then I've seen in the past, for example, at OCH for the call center, we do call audits. And I've never asked on this committee if we do random audits of our phone service to get feedback from residents. So I don't know if you have the answer handy. I apologize. After reading the report late last night, that's the sort of two questions I was left with.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll ask Beth to answer that again, please.
Yes, thank you. I'm not aware of the statistics on the calls that fall. We can follow up for you on that. And the call audits are not part of our service agreement with Ottawa Police Services Board, but we do have a representative who manages the 911 call center online, I believe, Eric. If he's there, I'll ask him to speak to any internal auditing that he may do with his team.
Mr. Coordinator, can we see if we have Eric in the audience and promote him to a panelist to respond to that, please?
I don't see him on the call at the present time.
Okay, so we'll take that back and do the research and come back later. Thank you.
Could I maybe, Chair, could I ask for kind of two pieces? One, which is I'd love to get the information we have. So if Beth or Kim can follow up ahead of council, just so that we have the information. But going forward in reporting, could we ask for this report to also include the call drop and the audit function, just for reporting purposes?
Beth, are you prepared to take that as direction?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kitts, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just briefly, this is a situation that's been brought to my attention typically with residents of Cumberland Village in my ward who are close to the river, but I understand it happens elsewhere in the city as well. When they're calling from a cell phone, it will actually ping a tower on the Quebec side first. So it'll be Quebec Emergency Services that respond before being redirected to Ottawa. And I've spoken to Chief de Monte about this, but residents have been, I guess, upset that there's nothing we can do to mitigate that. So I was just hoping if you could comment on why this happens, how often it happens, and if we have a good process in place to ensure that time isn't lost.
Great, thank you. Go ahead, Beth.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I don't have, again, the specific statistics on it. It is also common in the other direction where we get 911 calls from Gatineau. Our process is to immediately identify the caller's location and transfer the call to the appropriate operator. And so that there's no lost time in terms of making sure they're with the right jurisdiction. But again, though, to follow up on that, I can look into it. It may be difficult because we don't specifically track that type of activity right now. It's more anecdotal. Thank you.
Okay, but it's safe to, there's not really a concern that there's time being lost when this does happen from your point of view?
The only time lost is the time it takes to just quickly identify the person's location and then to make the immediate transfer to the right 911 operator. So that would probably be seconds. Yeah.
Okay, and my understanding is that it's a technology thing. Like there's nothing that we could do. There's no sort of measure we could put in place to stop this. It's just that cell phones ping towers, the closest tower to them. Correct?
That's right. It's a function of geography and how the cell system works.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor El-Shantiri.
Just to follow up on my previous colleague speaking, we have that problem everywhere in the boundary with Quebec. So it happened quite often in West Carleton because the cell phone tower majority of the time on the Quebec side and Quebec side pick them up. We have talked to the emergency folks in Quebec and all what they need from your resident, our resident, just to identify, I need Ottawa. That's all they have to say. And then the call will transfer without wasting too much time explaining. The other thing we find out, instead of using just 311, if it's internal call, use the 580-2400, and that will go to our call center because 311 also can pick up from the Quebec tower. We've been through this during the floods and tornadoes, and trust me, there's nothing we can do about it because it's the cell tower ownership that dictate where the call goes. I'm not sure if Tony wants to add something, but I think this is what our funding and that's what we found in the end. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Chair, maybe I can just add, I think the councillor has described it well. The geographic location of the tower, when your cell phone, when you dial 911, your cell phone is attracted to the closest tower. So particularly where you're on the river in Cumberland or in West Carleton or other areas of the city, you'll ping onto a tower in Quebec. And again, to reassure you, like both Beth has said and Kim has mentioned, we have protocols in place that automatically on both sides of the river, because we do get calls from Gatineau as well too, that as soon as it's identified, it's redirected to the right 911 center, the right municipality on the other side of the river. So there is no impact or negative impact rather on the response. And it is a technology issue, as Councillor El-Shantiri just mentioned.
Do we have any further questions to staff on this item? Seeing none, is this report carried?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for the thoughtful questions from committee members. We'll move on to our second held item, which is item number 3, Security and Emergency Management 2019 and 2020 Annual Report. Councillor Fleury, you held the item. Please go ahead with your questions to staff. And I don't know, Kim, do you want to take just a minute to speak to the item, or should we just move into questions?
We can move right into questions, Mr. Chair. I would like to say that 2020 and 2019 and 2020, holy cow, are very busy years for us, and very, very proud of the work that the staff have done in the Office of Emergency Management. And with that coming on in May, we've rebranded the service, and it's now Public Safety Services. And I think that all of these are a very positive move towards trying to, promote our activities and moving forward, as we've seen many emergencies in the past 6, 7, 8 years. And we need to be prepared for them. And I think that our team is much closer to that today. And these reports are a reflection of all that good work. So thank you.
Councillor Fleury, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Ayat, for that. I have 3 questions relating to the report. On table 3, there's a segment specifically on incidents on city properties. And I've been engaged on a number of fronts. I'll expose 2 of them. The Ottawa Art Gallery, Arts Court, and Corporate Security have had multiple engagement, and I'm trying to understand our corporate security approach as it relates to external city facilities. We seem to be hiring, in this case, there's 3 different security companies on site, which makes the situation very complex. The other one is for facilities that are smaller in scale, but would really benefit from corporate security oversight in terms of emergency buttons and cameras, specifically public washrooms in parks and in public facilities that are standalone. So I'd love to hear I don't know if you're ready for it. If you're not, we can take it offline, but I am sort of concerned with the approach from corporate security through third-party security and what that entails, because I don't see them as a sustainable way to engage on some of the more systemic challenges.
Thank you, Chair. I'd ask Beth to comment on that again as the Director of Corporate Security and Emergency Management.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Those are great questions. In terms of the use of contracted security guards, this is something that we are looking into as part of a broader service review for the corporate security program. And so it's actually come up in the audit, the corporate security audit from 2019 as one of the recommendations. And so work continues on that front. And in the meantime, we maintain very good relationships with the contracted security firms that we use. In terms of the question about CCTV cameras in public spaces and parks, it requires a bit more context-specific discussions, because we do have a CCTV policy that seeks to protect privacy for individuals within the city, and asks us to use CTV in a very specific way. And so for the examples that you mentioned, it may be most appropriate for us to take these discussions offline, understand better your specific requirements, and see how corporate security can best meet your needs. I don't know if I've answered all of your questions. You had a lot there, but I hope I did. Thank you.
You did, and I appreciate that. I'd love to be engaged in the security review, because I do feel that a third-party organization with staff turnover, with different responsibility, don't seem to be as engaged in the longer-term solution approach, specifically at Arts Court and the Ottawa Art Gallery. So if possible, if you could engage me. On the other front, we can take it offline, certainly. I'm glad to, but we do need maybe through this committee, could we direct that a proper review of standalone washrooms be conducted? Because right now the status through Parks and Rec is that they are closed unless rentals and programs are in place. And that's not always obvious for parks that have, for example, drop-in basketball or outdoor rinks, to name a few, unless there's official programming. So I'd love to give a direction to get a bit of a policy analysis on those standalone properties, which unfortunately remain closed from my perspective, for too long.
Is that something that staff have the capacity to undertake at this time?
I think it would be a combination, through you, Mr. Chair. I think it'd be a combination of our staff and GM Chenier to look at those issues and to respond. So yes, we can take that back.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Florian, anything further?
Yeah, other question relates to on page 9 of the report. There are 2 questions that I'm interested in. So we've had a number of extreme heat situation over the last number of years, and particularly this year. And I guess I should preface, like, this report really highlights a lot of the pandemic response, and the team's done a tremendous job. So I don't want to sideline, but I do have specific questions on what was reported. So on page 9, the extreme heat condition, I'd love for us to develop an appropriate policy on what opens, how does it open, how does it trigger? Like, every time the city releases what's open in facilities, I'm there defending like, oh, Plant Recreation Center is the central spot that's AC'd. And it's like, well, we need a bit of deeper engagement with community because we're going to continue to have extreme heat conditions. So I've not seen a policy come forward. I would love for proper engagement with community on what should be open in its extreme heat, and that be triggered appropriately. So again, Chair, I'm using this report to maybe give clear directions. I don't know if that can be undertaken as well, because it is something that it will happen annually.
Chair, on this front, I think we'd like to comment as it is directly related to the pandemic, and we've done a lot of work on this matter to try and address the issues caused by the pandemic with regards to malls being closed and other facilities being closed, which are places where people could usually go to cool down. So Beth was actively involved in this all summer long and can certainly comment on it further. So Beth, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, thank you. So I just wanted to raise a couple of points here, which is that, as Kim noted, the cooling centers were a response to the restrictions imposed by the pandemic. But what we're finding with climate change is that our summers are getting hotter and the extreme heat events are getting more frequent. And so what we want to do is work closely with Ottawa Public Health going forward to develop a post-pandemic strategy for extreme heat, and think not only about different response mechanisms, but also preparedness as well to help people stay cool at home. What we have seen, I do speak to counterparts in other jurisdictions, is that cooling centers are a good option, but they don't have the broad reach that you might think, because people with mobility issues, elderly people, may not be able to get to them. And so what we'd like to do over the next few months is work with Ottawa Public Health and other city partners to reconsider our approach such that we have a different plan in place for 2022. Thank you.
Because the counselor asking the questions is an award that oftentimes requires these cooling centers, can we ensure that we're engaging him in his office in that process?
Yes, of course, Chair.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Councillor
Thank you,
Floyd,
Mr.
please go
Chair.
ahead.
My last question is again on page 9, a reference to mental health response, and I just like to understand it deeper, because we're going into the wellness report a little further on, and there's a lot of embedding of these keywords along the various reports that we're seeing, and I'm interested to understand the perspective in this report on the mental health response as referenced on page 9.
Thank you once again, Mr. Chair. I think Beth can answer that question.
Sorry, I don't see this specific reference on page 9. You're talking about the Security and Emergency Management Annual Report?
Yes. Yeah.
So there are two aspects to mental health during an emergency situation. Number one, we want to make sure that any resident of Ottawa impacted by an emergency situation has the appropriate psychosocial supports that they may need. And so we work with city partners and external organizations to put those supports in place as part of our response efforts. The other aspect of mental health relates to the duty of care to our own employees who may be impacted in different ways by either the situation itself or the response to the situation. And so in that case, we work very closely with our human resources department within the city to make sure that we identify issues and have the right support mechanisms for employees. I hope that answers your question, but happy to take a follow-up. Thank you.
No, I appreciate that. That will conclude my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kavanagh, please.
Thank you very much. I think this is an ideal time for a thank you to Mr. Monte in regards to some of these incidents that have happened in the past. It seems like a long time ago that the flood happened 2 years ago, but I think it was very valuable lessons learned in how to deploy people and how to manage resources, and also to work with the counselor on the ground. That it was great to have direct connections with emergency services, so I could flag things because we were right there. Myself and I know Councillor El Shantari, probably the same as well as my former counterpart. You're right there on the situation, and the responses were very good. I think it was a lot of lessons learned. The deployment of volunteers, how to handle volunteers, was a biggie. So I just wanted to make that comment because who knows what the future holds, but we did figure it out because we had a previous time in 2017 that I would say we were not as ready, and 2019 we were for many reasons. So I just wanted to make that comment that of how it that started to gel on how to work together.
Very important to point that out. Thank you very much, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor El Shantari, please.
I think my colleague beat me to the punchline here. So I just want to echo, and it's not too often we read a report and we say, wow, I'm happy this report captured really what took place. And this incident, this report captured what we've been through. So I just want to say thank you to staff, to the management. And I hope we can always be more prepared, because we can never be overly prepared. We learned, we had the floods, but then the year after we had the pandemic, and then that changed the whole dynamic. So I'm glad to see staff recognize that and work around it. And in 2020 was a different dynamic altogether. Thank God we didn't have a flood, but at the same time we had a pandemic, and we managed it internally without the volunteers, and kudos to staff. But I'm glad the report identified those measurements, and I hope to continue. Staff will learn from those lessons and carry on. But I mean, the report itself is great to identify all the important points we learned from. So thanks to staff, and thanks for the reporting it in such a way we can all benefit from it. Thank you.
It certainly was incredibly heartening to see the lessons learned from the previous year and the previous tornadoes, when Ward 1 and Ward 19 were ravaged by a tornado the year after, to see how quickly staff was deployed, to see how we had boots on the ground immediately, the neighborhood centers, to have people like Jim Lethbridge, representatives from Ottawa Public Health, Mike Beers from Parks and Recreation, everyone on the ground, ready to answer questions in a mobile unit. It was really, really wonderful to see how well we learned from the previous year. So thank you to staff for your continued effort on that. Is this report carried?
Absolutely.
Carried. Thank you. Thank you again to staff on for your hard work on this. We certainly do appreciate it. Okay, moving on to item number 4, we do have a presentation. This is the Community Safety and Well-Being Plan. So we'll just give staff a moment to set up their presentation. We do have no written submissions to date on this. However, there are 5 delegations registered to date. So just hold off on putting your hand up for questions to staff until we get through our delegations. And now I will turn it over to Tony and Lisa for the presentation. Alors, vas-y vous deux. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning. And to continue as we assure a continuity of the work that been done over the last couple of years, I'm going to turn it over to Kim, who's the acting GM. He'll be doing the introductory remarks, and then Lisa, who's been one of the lead on this team and done some tremendous work, will do the presentation. And certainly I'll be back for any questions to help the team as well too, because I've been intimately involved with this very important work. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony, and Thank you, Chair. I'm very pleased to introduce the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan report today. This report marks a significant milestone in the journey to develop Ottawa's first Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan and is the culmination of 2 years of work. Today, we are presenting proposed goals, strategies, and outcomes for each community safety and wellbeing priority. These priorities were adopted by Council last October. What staff is recommending today forms the foundation of the plan. Today, we are also setting out the next steps in the plan, finalization in order to continue to move forward together. Specifically, the next steps will consist of the development of the governance structure, an evaluation and performance measurement framework, and financial strategy under the leadership of Donna Gray of the Community and Social Services Department. These final elements will allow us to move forward on the administration, implementation, evaluation, and funding of the draft Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. Lisa Petch, the project lead of the Community Safety and Wellbeing, will provide the background on the work that's already led us to this point. Before I turn it over to her, I'd like to take a moment to thank the many people involved in the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan development. Thank you, Lisa, and your entire Community and Safety Wellbeing team, Leslie Charles, Justin Goslin, Trevor Lapointe, as well as Leslie Van Cleve and Paula Matillanis, for your tireless efforts, professionalism, and dedication to this important work. I'd also like to thank Valerie Bietlo for her leadership support and the work of her team in development of the plan. We'd also take a moment to thank the Advisory Committee, Crime Prevention Bureau Ottawa Board of Directors, for their valuable advice and guidance as we move forward on the development process. Thank you to the many participants of our engagement activities for taking the time to share their thoughts and opinions, even during these challenging times. And thank you also to the many organizations and agencies who've been working with us, supporting us in the development. I would now like to turn it over to Lisa Petch to walk us through the key elements of the plan and our recommendations.
Thank you. Next slide, please. I would like to start by providing a timeline of key milestones on the journey to develop Ottawa's first Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. Sorry, just a minute. We've had an echo here.
Let's just make sure that any microphones that are on in the same room.
Thank you. So I would like to start by providing a timeline of the key milestones on the journey to develop Ottawa's first Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan to remind us where we have been and where we are going. First, in 2019, Council approved the roadmap report to guide the development of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. Next, staff completed an initial data analysis, an environmental scan, and public and stakeholder engagement activities in 2020. This data was used to identify the safety and well-being priorities that are most important for Ottawa's residents. Council approved the plan's 6 priorities in October 2020. We then moved into our next phase of the planning process in January 2021, which focused on developing goals, strategies, and outcomes for each of Council's 6 priorities. The goals, strategies, and outcomes that we are recommending today are the result of both research as well as input received from extensive stakeholder and public engagement, which I will discuss a little later in this presentation. Les objectifs, stratégies et résultats que nous recommandons aujourd'hui découlent de la recherche et des commentaires reçus au cours des nombreuses séances de consultation des intervenants et du public dont je discuterai un peu plus loin. Next slide. I would like to take a moment to remind committee of the legislative requirements for municipal community and safety wellbeing plans. The Police Services Act requires that all municipal councils adopt local community safety wellbeing plans. The legislation provides direction on the development of the plan, but stresses the importance of municipalities focusing on the issues that are most relevant to them for community safety and wellbeing. Some of the key elements required by the legislation are that the plan be informed by data and evidence, that staff must consult with the public and stakeholders, and that the plan must be measured or evaluated. Next slide, please. During the development of the plan and the recommended goals, strategies, and outcomes that we are presenting today, we used a key set of guiding principles. These were first adopted by Council in 2019 as part of the roadmap report. The guiding principles influenced how the plan was developed, but also what should be included within the plan. The concept of keeping community central has been a key component to the plan's creation. Next slide. In October 2020, Council approved 6 priorities for the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan. These were identified by residents and stakeholders as the most pressing areas needing to be addressed for safety and well-being. The recommended goals, strategies, and outcomes were developed in order to address the key issues within each of the 6 priorities. Next slide, please. Community and stakeholder engagement has been a cornerstone of our work. Les consultations des intervenants et du public servent d'assises à notre travail. 2 formal consultation periods with residents and stakeholders sought community perspectives through a wide variety of engagement tools. We provided as many opportunities for feedback and engagement as possible, such as virtual conversations and community meetings, community toolkit submissions, emails, phone interviews, online surveys, and story features. We heard from over 1,500 residents, over 200 stakeholders, and held over 80 meetings, as well as receiving input by phone and email. We continued to receive input and connections to various stakeholders and appreciate this information. Next slide, please. Today, we are recommending goals, strategies, and outcomes as the foundation of the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan. Aujourd'hui, nous recommandons les objectifs, stratégies et résultats qui seront à la base du plan de sécurité et du bien-être dans les collectivités. They are based on the 6 priorities to both address concerns and gaps and complement work already underway. The goals outline what is to be achieved within each priority. The strategies are how to achieve the goals, and the outcomes are what we expect to see as a result. These are important foundations to develop detailed actions and ensure we are all moving in the same direction. Staff recognize that as the plan is implemented and as it evolves over time, amendments or updates to these foundational pieces may be required, and these would be developed through the governance structure for the plan that is coming in the next steps. Les personnels le reconnaissent au fur et à mesure de la mise en œuvre du plan et de son évolution, des modifications et des mises à jour de ces éléments fondamentaux pourraient se révéler nécessaires. Celles-ci seraient intégrées par l'entremise de la structure de gouvernance au plan qui sera élaborée lors d'une prochaine étape. The goals, strategies, and outcomes for financial security and poverty reduction, gender-based violence and violence against women, integrated and simpler systems, and mental well-being priorities are included in this report. They build on work already underway and address gaps. I'd like to give you an example of what the recommended goals, strategies, and outcomes look like and how they work together. So for example, for financial security and poverty reduction, a proposed goal is to develop priorities and actions to address local poverty. One strategy is then to develop a municipal poverty reduction strategy to align existing work, such as Ontario Works, employment programs, training opportunities, and economic development programs, while identifying the key gaps and working to address those. The focus is what can be done locally, recognizing that other levels of government also have a role to play in poverty reduction. One of the outcomes we hope to achieve is improved employment supports and services to ensure access to employment and career development. Then looking ahead to the work to be done during implementation, detailed actions would be developed to achieve the desired outcomes as part of the next steps. An example of a detailed action might be cross-promotion of employment opportunities within the city to those who don't typically access the system or have a barrier to accessing the system. Another example of a detailed action might be leveraging skills development programs for youth who face barriers to employment to develop skills and to ensure employment readiness. The other 2 priorities look a little different. For the discrimination, marginalization, and racism priority, there are no standalone goals, strategies, and outcomes proposed in the report. This is because this priority has been integrated into all other priorities. The plan will also support existing initiatives such as the anti-racism strategy and the women and gender equity strategy. For the housing priority, There are no specific goals, strategies, and outcomes proposed, since the key housing issues identified during our work are already being addressed through other city initiatives, such as the 10-year housing and homelessness plan, the official plan, inclusionary zoning, and the 15-minute neighborhood concept, as well as related projects such as the regulatory regimes approved by council through the rental accommodation study. We will work to support these initiatives. Next slide, please. Given the transition from development to implementation and the work to be undertaken to develop the remaining elements, the work of the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan will transition from Emergency and Protective Services Department to Community and Social Services Department. Building on the work already begun by Emergency and Protective Services, Community and Social Services will take on the next steps to develop a governance structure, an evaluation and performance measurement framework, and a financial strategy. En misant sur le travail déjà amorcé par les services de protection et d'urgence, les services sociaux et communautaires entreprendront les prochaines étapes afin d'élaborer une structure de gouvernance, un cadre d'évaluation et de mesure du rendement, et une stratégie financière. A governance structure will be developed to reflect and support the multifaceted nature of community safety and well-being planning. The governance structure will be built and proposed as part of the next steps to meet the legislative requirements of an advisory committee, and will consider elements such as establishing roles and responsibilities to administer and implement the plan, including the development of potential action items and provide accountability. An evaluation and performance measurement framework will need to be built based on a data governance model. This work will also take into consideration the interconnection between priorities, ensure the collection of disaggregated data, apply an intersectional lens, and evaluate the overall effectiveness of the proposed plan. A financial strategy for the plan will be required for its implementation. Existing investments have been highlighted in this report, but the development of a financial strategy will consider gaps and assess where additional resources may be required and how these might be funded. The 2022 draft budget includes the addition of 4 full-time equivalents and associated budget to provide the backbone support for the remaining work of the plan and continue with implementation. Staff will report back to committee and council as soon as feasible with these additional elements. And this concludes our presentation.
Thank you very much for your hard work on this and for identifying the fact that we do have a framework in place. However, there's so much more work to be done on this before implementation. We have 5 delegations registered. Our first delegation is Sean Meager on rethinking community safety. Welcome, Mr. Meager. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead, and really appreciate all the work that you did prior to this committee, reaching out to committee members and councillors to provide them with a brief on what you're going to speak with us about today. Welcome.
Thanks very much, and good morning, and thanks for having us. And my name is Sean Maher. I was the principal researcher on the Rethinking Community Safety in Ottawa report that we circulated to the members of this committee and other members of council recently. The report explores how safety systems in Ottawa are working and what can be done to improve them, in part as a contribution to your current community safety and well-being work. And there's good news in the report. What we found was that there is a lot of opportunity in Ottawa. And we also found, though, that there are some changes that are needed to capitalize on those opportunities. In our research, we looked at the Ottawa Police Services data to see what police are spending their time on. And we found that they spend a lot of time on things that aren't really police work, that don't involve any violence or criminal activity, and things that police, by their own assessment, are not the best trained or best prepared people to be addressing. Issues like homelessness, youth, mental health are certainly among them. And there were several lessons from this. And the first is that because police spend an enormous amount of time on these non-police matters, there's a very, very, very high cost. At least $50 million a year is spent policing homeless people. At least $75 million a year is spent policing people experiencing mental health crises. $100 million a year, at least, is spent policing youth. And the second thing that we see is, unfortunately, despite these expenditures, we're not getting the impact Frontline workers, the BIAs, and most of all, police themselves will tell you it's not working. That you can't police your way out of addictions. You can't police your way out of homelessness. Police simply don't have the tools and the relationships and the background to do that work, as well as people who have spent their whole careers in those fields. There are services that can do this work, that can do it effectively and can do it efficiently. But right now, for reasons that I'll go into shortly, we send police and we don't get the best impact. The third lesson from this is that sending police to all of these non-police matters pulls police away from what your constituents want them to be doing, responding to criminal activity, addressing violent incidents. We've heard from counselors who note that their constituents can't get a police response when they need it. And people often assume that that's simply because there just aren't enough police officers. If we had more and more and more police officers, then we'd get those faster responses. But the reality is actually different, and the data is clear about it. OPS data shows that there are 42,700 criminal acts in Ottawa last year. There are 1,200 uniformed police officers in Ottawa, and there are more in investigations. So that's less than one crime per week per officer. There are 7,700 violent crimes, one violent crime every couple of months per officer. There should be enough officers to respond quickly and decisively to those issues, but they can't because they're tied up doing other things. When you can't get a police officer when you need one in Barrhaven or Navan or Beacon Hill, there's a reason. It's because they're somewhere else doing someone else's job. But the data also shows that it doesn't have to be that way, that there are solutions and alternatives that are readily available in Ottawa. In our research, we also looked at service providers. We interviewed over 50 organizations on the front lines. And the good news is that there are many strong, effective service providers right here in Ottawa right now that can fill that gap with strong track records and great staff. But they can't because they're not resourced for it. They cover all they can with the resources that they have, and they could do so much more with smart investments that at a far lower cost would free up those police resources and produce better outcomes and more impact. $500,000 could fund a new outreach van. The ones we have in Ottawa right now deal with 700 incidents a month, but they turn away just as many because of capacity issues. Think how much police time that would free up. 1.5 million would create a non-police mental health response team like the ones in Toronto, that are being created in Toronto and Montreal. Imagine what that could do for our community safety system. $1 million could create a new community house program that would keep young people out of the justice system altogether in that neighborhood. $350,000 could expand the Options Buy Town program and address some of the 14,000 non-criminal, non-violent incidents that police attend in social housing all across Ottawa. Our report creates an entire menu of potential investments that could help to improve community safety in Ottawa and that my colleagues will also speak to. So we're recommending that you invest in those services to ensure that Ottawa has the community safety system it needs, one that, as city staff noted, is evidence-based and responsive to the realities in Ottawa, that sends the right person to the right place at the right time, that frees up police to do police work and enables community service providers to do the community service work. Other jurisdictions all across North America, including Toronto and Montreal and Calgary, are making these smart money investments right now, recognizing the need to invest in sending the right person to the right place at the right time and resourcing that. And there's no reason why Ottawa should be left behind. So I hope you'll consider these investments when you think about your community safety and well-being plan and as you think about your upcoming budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Meager. Vice Chair Eglai, please go ahead.
Thank you, Sean, and thank you and your whole team for the report. We've talked about this before, and you know, it goes well beyond aspirational. What I really like about the report is how practical it is, with real life examples of what can be done. And I want to really thank you for making the case, an evidence-based case, that more police doesn't solve the pure crime issues, nor does it solve the social issues. More boots on the ground, more police boots on the ground, is not going to fix what's wrong in the city in terms of the many social issues that we're dealing with. And I think the report sets that out very clearly, evidence-based. So I want to thank you for that, because that's a discussion we need to have at budget time. And I think your group has created a good foundation for having that discussion about how police dollars can be better spent rather than in the traditional ways that they're spent. I had one very practical question for you. One of the programs that you referenced, or one of the examples you gave us, was if you had $1.5 million, you could replicate a program in Toronto. You talked about that was sort of a rapid response, I guess, for lack of a better term. Rather than sending a police car out, you send out somebody who is better suited to deal with the social issue at hand. You've given us the cost. Can you give us a sense, Sean, how long it took for that program in Toronto to go from an idea to an actual functioning service that the city provides?
Sure. I would want to just add a caveat that I would never recommend to Ottawans that they replicate a program in Toronto, but create an appropriate one for Ottawa. People with a history in Toronto get in trouble for that all the time. But what I would say is that it's real work and that it's important work to get right and to do carefully. In Toronto, they're expecting that team to go into the field at the end of this year, and they made the approval to move forward with it in February of this year. So it took about 9 or 10 months, both to prepare the protocols involved and to recruit and select the teams that are going to do it. So it should be on the ground right around Christmas, and it was February 2nd of this year that they made the approval.
And that leads to my second question on this. You say to do outreach and pick the team. Can you talk a little bit about what that team is comprised of, what that might look like as opposed to constables and police cars?
Yeah, and there are several different types of teams in Toronto. They've done some that are over larger geographies, in particular in suburban areas like Scarborough, some that are over very small geographies in neighborhoods where there are intense challenges around addiction and mental health and homelessness, like Moss Park. They tend to have a few characteristics. One is, I want to be super clear, they're non-police responses. They're not co-responder models, they're not MCITs. And the data in the US is really quite consistent that you don't really get the gain that we're talking about from those co-responder models. That it's having dedicated teams who are all civilian providers who have expertise in that field that really turns the numbers. The MCIT numbers and the equivalent co-responder numbers in the US are not as encouraging. So these teams are absolutely exclusively civilian response teams. They include nurses, they include community outreach workers, there are mental health workers, there are harm reduction and addictions workers on the teams. They tend to be linked back to stable health service providers that have experience with those populations. So frequently community health centers or family health teams that are embedded in communities that face those challenges. They have, in some cases, they have their own phone number and their own dispatch team. In other cases, they're dispatched through 911. The reason for the ones that have a standalone phone number is that some people don't want to call 911 because they assume that they're going to get police. And if they're faced with a situation, say, for example, like an overdose, and they're worried that the consequence for the person they're trying to help will actually be worse, they're not comfortable calling 911, so they call that independent number. And as I think one of the counselors spoke to earlier, if 911 were independent from the police, you might get beyond that challenge. But that's how they tend to be structured. They tend to be health-focused, outreach-driven, and supported by teams of folks who have experience working with populations that face those challenges.
Just one more quick question, and then possibly a comment after that. But from what you've seen in our presentation today that Lisa Petch and her team put forward, if there's one thing that you could change or add to what's been said today by staff? What's the top of your wish list? What would that be?
Oh gosh, I'm not sure I have a top to my wish list. You might want to bounce this off one of the other providers. But I would just say really that the focus that I would make is to be evidence-based, to not get stuck in the assumption that the systems we have are necessarily the best option, and to be able to make investments that respond to what the data tells us is most effective. I think that's there really, so I don't have a great criticism of the presentation. I do think that just coming back to my last point in the previous conversation, that it really is important that people feel like when they're engaging with the safety system, that they're that the focus is safety and not criminal justice. As Chief Lover, I think, has also said, it's important to have, it matters to have the police at the table, but it's problematic to have them at the head of the table. And so it's important that we have a safety system that's focused on the well-being of the residents of Ottawa and not necessarily on the criminal justice system.
Thank you very much, Sean. And I hope that we hear from you at budget time. There's any number of budgets that you could come and speak to OPS, CPS. So I hope that we hear from you at budget time as well, because you give a very practical framework as to where the city should be heading, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Councillor Kavanagh, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Sean. And it was a pleasure to meet with you and talk with you. I do like the fact that this is very practical advice, that we're looking at trying to, in a way, we're saving money. We're looking at, if you want to be really cold about it, when you invest in preventative or measures for people's well-being, it's just the same model as OPH, that you're going to save money in the long term. You're going to prevent those things downstream, particularly with youth. And I just wanted to get your comments about that, because youth who live in social housing seem to be the most vulnerable. And that is the area that gets, it just sort of ripples from there, that people don't want to be near places that are social housing. They assume that is where, because something has happened. We've had incidents, and it's just puts a shadow over everything when there's so many wonderful, good people. It's that lack of resources for youth. Could you comment on what would be a best strategy for youth? The city has done some pretty good things with some of the neighborhood programs, ambassador program, but I wanted to get your comment.
Yeah, and I want to start by complimenting the folks who are leading work with youth in Ottawa, because there are a lot of really creative, thoughtful, effective programs. And it's both good news and bad news, I'll say, sprinkled throughout the city. But they're sprinkled. You have a little one here and another one there. And there isn't, and this is not unique to Ottawa, but there isn't a comprehensive strategy for making sure that all the youth who face these challenges have access to these systems. And that is an enormous issue. And you'll see we spent a lot of time in our report talking about youth, not just because they are so heavily policed and they're such a significant part of what police spend their time on, but also because involvement in the criminal justice system is so detrimental to their future outcomes. The future well-being, future housing, future employment, future income of youth who have been involved in the justice system is consistently statistically lower than youth from exactly the same background who have otherwise identical experiences. Even youth who have been charged and found not to have done anything wrong end up living in poverty more often than other youth who were never charged. So we have this really significant challenge. But there are great programs, as I mentioned, and the community houses are a terrific example. They're embedded in the neighborhoods, they're connected to the community. The staff who reach out to the youth are people who have experiences that the youth can relate to, and that's critically important to building the relationships, because supporting youth is very much a relationships game. So there's really an opportunity there, both to provide something that works better for youth and to provide something that you can deliver at a far, far, far lower cost. And I don't think you have to be harsh to recognize that good service means you provide top quality service to people, but also that you do it as efficiently as possible. And in jurisdictions all around North America, counselors come to the table and they talk about two things. They talk about how the outcomes are better, but they also talk about how it's a much better use of tax dollars to invest in things that produce positive outcomes at a lower cost than things that end up just going around and around. Policing, picking up youth and charging them and then releasing them and then picking them up again and charging them and releasing them doesn't make anybody safer or improve anybody's lives. And doing things over and over again is always more expensive than doing it right the first time. And so we have that opportunity by investing in programs like the community houses, like the youth outreach workers. Ottawa has, per capita for youth, about 1/7 the number of youth outreach workers that Toronto has. And that's in part because Toronto, the city of Toronto, invests in augmenting the pool of youth outreach workers because they know that if they don't pay for it that way, they're going to pay for it through the justice system. They're going to pay for it through policing. And so they think, why don't I make the smart investment up front if I'm going to spend the money anyways?
I appreciate that. And also that your point is that these programs tend to be temporary. Like we set something up like during the pandemic, we set up some extra programs, but they're all there's no main funding stream for them. So I appreciate that. I was the one who was asking about 911 because we just had the report on 911 and it is handled by the police. And I questioned that, but the response was that that's how it's done everywhere. But I'd like your input on that.
So it's done that way in a lot of places. It's also not done that way in a lot of places. British Columbia, their 911 system is run by a consortium of municipalities and other service providers. In the UK, they don't provide 911 through the police. The city of Toronto is doing a review right now of whether 911 should stay with the police or be moved to a neutral third-party provider. I like to joke a lot that if Uber Eats were run by Pizza, we wouldn't eat very many burgers. We'd get a lot of pizzas. And we see that very much with police services, even in Eugene, Oregon, where the White Bird Clinic has for 20 years run an exemplary program, alternate program through Cahoots. They'll tell you that 911 goes through the police and they still get only a fraction of the calls that they could handle, even though they're now handling about 20%, 17 to 20% of the calls that go to police. It makes sense if you want to send the right person to the right place at the right time to have somebody who's indifferent to which party they send when the call comes in. And not all calls need to be fire or police or paramedics. Some calls should be the Ottawa Inner City Health Team. Some calls should be, one of the community houses.
And it was pointed out that some people will not feel comfortable calling 911 because it is police driven and out of fear. So I appreciate very much your comments. It's good to hear these other examples. I'll let my colleagues speak now. Thank you very much, Sean. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Deans, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Sean, for being here, and thank you for the work important work that you're doing in the community. I think I just want to kind of reframe the question that Councillor Eglai asked a little while ago, because I think it's an important one. So I'm wondering if you could tell us which of the options would have the biggest impact if we were to select some to start.
Certainly among the things that end up having, having the biggest draw on police services and police resources are issues of youth and mental health and housing. The absence of homeless drop-ins or the shortage of homeless drop-ins is certainly a challenge. More homeless drop-ins would give homeless people a place to go during the day. And many of the things that police get involved in are a consequence of the fact that folks are stuck outside or stuck in malls or stuck in places where some of the normal things that we all do in our daily lives are uncomfortable for the people around them because they're happening in a public place instead of a private place. So certainly drop-ins would be important. I think around youth, we certainly see a lot of need for community houses as a great way to support youth. The city of organizations like Ottawa Inner City Health to be able to do that outreach work could be expanded to 24/7. That would take a lot of pressure off the rest of the safety system. But I guess the reservation, you're hearing a little bit of hesitation in my voice, the reservation I have about picking for you is because Ottawa's a big city. Not just there's a lot of people there, but it's geographically very large. And the councillors around this table represent very, very different geographies that have different kinds of needs. And I think it's important that we invest in ways that help all the different parts of the city of Ottawa. And those will be different. And I think it's important that we don't think about, okay, what's the fix for today, but begin a process that goes on for a while. The police service is a very big ship and it doesn't turn quickly. So it will take years to implement a strategy that takes us down this road. So I think really, Councillor, the answer to your question is let's start with investments that we can help to signal where we're going over the long term, and let's keep doing this work over the 2 or 3 or 4 budgets to make sure that we're investing steadily and thinking in an ongoing way about how we improve the community safety service.
Okay, thank you for that answer. I saw, as chair of the Police Services Board, I saw a presentation this week from a group called Help Seekers. I don't know if you're familiar with them or not, but their conclusion was that there is a lot of money in the system. I think they said something like $6.8 billion in social services and housing and all of those programs. And their point was there's a lot of money, but it's not being well coordinated. And I just wonder if you've taken a look at any of that and if you would agree with that conclusion.
So I guess the first thing I'd say is that those analyses often include things like social assistance payments. And so there's a lot of that money is not money that I would describe as being spent on the community support system. It's spent on income support so that people can get food. And we still end up having to have an awful lot of food banks. But I'd say 2 things about that. One is that an evidence-based strategy doesn't focus on who's spending how much right now. It focuses on how do we invest smartly? Where is investment needed? What are the good choices that we can make? So it's not really, is the police budget going up or down, or is the community service budget $6 billion or less or more? It's where do we invest now to have the greatest impact? And the data is really clear. We need to invest in community services. We do hear people often say, and it's a completely understandable response, if you have 7 different food banks or 11 different community outreach programs, well, surely that's too many. Surely there's an inefficiency or an overlap there. And it's an understandable instinctive response. The data doesn't support that conclusion, though. What the data shows is that we have those systems because they're locally responsive, and that's helpful. They operate in the languages of the people who need them. They operate on the geographies where people need them, so that they're not all downtown. They're locally responsive because what you need in suburban Ottawa is not exactly what you need in Centertown. And so it's good that we have a variety of them. And I think you'll find if you talk to city staff about their recent review of community service providers and community service grants, you'll find that there isn't a lot of overlap and there isn't a lot of redundancy. And where there is inefficiency, it's inefficiency driven by scarcity, not driven by overlap. So though making more investments in those areas actually continues to grow a system that's working very well, that runs very, very efficiently if you look at dollars per head. And that can run better with the investments that help to eliminate some of the scarcity in the system.
Thank you for that answer. And my last question is something else I hear from police a lot is that currently there is no alternative 24/7 alternative to police response to many of the calls that they're currently responding to. Would you agree with that statement?
I would agree that that statement tells us we need to invest in those. That there are a variety of services that, like the one I mentioned from Options Bytown, that intervene to support people who are in crises. They're the kinds of crises that would result in a 911 call, and then at 8 o'clock at night, they shut down. And all those calls spill over to the police. But those service providers, and we've talked to a lot of them, would be deliriously happy to expand their service to 24/7 because they have relationships with the people who are in these circumstances. They care about the well-being of those folks, and they would really like to be there for them if something bad happens at night, but they're not resourced for it. And if they were, they would be more effective at delivering those interventions than we have right now.
Do you have a sense, Sean, at how long it would take for those organizations to ramp up to be able to step in with a 24/7 response?
Many of them have systems in place already. They have the backbone, they have the infrastructure. So it would be really a hiring process primarily. So we're talking months, possibly in some cases weeks. Program that Councillor Eglai asked about earlier was the program being built from scratch. There was no intervention system in place, and that took them 10 months to build. Here to Help, which is the equivalent program that has its own phone number in Moss Park in Toronto, was built fairly quickly from scratch. These are systems that are in place now. It's just about expanding their hours.
Thank you for being here and for all of your insights. We appreciate it.
Councillor Meehan.
Thank you very much. Really enlightening. Sean, thank you so much. When it comes to funding these kind of programs, we have to find the funding someplace. So you have the data. What will this cost us? What kind of investment would we need to see right now to fund some of these programs so that we could take the pressure off the resources that we require? I know that I wrote down a couple of things. There was 1.5 million on something else. But what do you think would be realistic for us?
So what's realistic really depends on how council is thinking and where council is going. I did see from previous council meetings and a motion by Councillor Cloutier that the council is exploring whether to give the Ottawa Police Service a 3% increase or a 0% increase or somewhere in between. That's about $13 million that is potentially there to be invested in things that take work off the hands of police at a much lower cost. So those are some opportunities, and we created a bit of a menu for you to begin to look at those investments. And there isn't a wrong one in the bunch. So I'm hesitant to say, oh, do this one instead of doing that one. And they add up to more than 13 million. So what's available from that particular decision doesn't necessarily fund all of them. But this is a starting point. It's intended to give you the tools to begin to make those investments now and continue to make them in future budgets. And to recognize that investing in more and more and more police has not solved the problem and probably won't, based on the experience in Ottawa and the experience in jurisdictions all across North America. You really actually need to invest in the things that work for the types of challenges you're facing. And right now you're facing very substantial challenges around addiction and mental health, around homelessness, around youth. Councillor, I think you're muted.
Thank you. I'm on the Police Services Board, and we are committed to finding savings and doing things differently. So, and you've got the chair on this committee as well. So we're really open to all kinds of alternatives and other programs that can take the pressure off police. The one I think that that we could do the quickest really is the homeless drop-ins down in the market. if that's something, because it's always been, yeah, I can't imagine like living anywhere and not having someplace to go during the day. It's just, it doesn't make any sense to me. So I'm going to work on something that might maybe work on that. But I want to thank you for, we need the data. We need to see how our money will make a difference. And that's the way we build cases. So thank you very much for all your work. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next delegation is Francis Nolan Poupard from the Somerset West Community Health Center. Please go ahead.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. My name is Francis Nolan Poupard, and I'm here to build on Sean's presentation, actually, and voice my support for the ideas and recommendations in the Rethinking Community Safety Report from my perspective as a board member of the Somerset West Community Health Center and a member of the Somerset West community. So as a starting point, I want to acknowledge that the report is one modest part of a broader, long-standing community effort to bring about change. I want to thank all the organizations working hard in Ottawa to make the city safer for our racialized and vulnerable communities. The report, and it's exciting to hear that many of you have been reading it, identifies a wide range of opportunities that Ottawa City Council can pursue to better apply existing spending to improve community safety. The report begins to consider what services could be expanded, including less formal, less established, more grassroots services that play an important role in the system. Black, Indigenous, and racialized people have been most affected by the ongoing challenges in community safety. Their work is the foundation of this effort. Their guidance has been invaluable in this process, and their leadership is central to the success of potential change. Alors que les résidents de la classe moyenne d'Ottawa ont lentement commencé à reprendre leur vie, les communautés qui étaient enracinées dans la pauvreté avant la pandémie et qui sont devenues plus vulnérables avec la fermeture de certains services et les pressions croissantes de la pandémie n'ont pas encore vécu ce soulagement. Un exemple important est celui des personnes sans abri, qui perdent encore un peu de terrain par rapport à la situation difficile dans laquelle elles se retrouvaient avant la pandémie. Coupled with the opioid crisis and worsening mental health, social services are seeing an increase in community crises in a context of limited city budgets. In a post-COVID context, the report aims to contribute to the broader efforts at bringing about systemic change by providing concrete examples of how we can send the right people to respond in the right situations at the right time. And I should make clear, although I think it's becoming increasingly clearer based on the questions in the conversation, but that we're not here to talk about new spends. We're here today to offer the city a tool to support planning to make better use of existing funds. To give one example drawn from the report, OPS interacts with individuals experiencing homelessness almost 60,000 times per year. Most interactions relate to the complications of living in public. So this is something we've been talking about, such as sleeping in public places, not having access to a bathroom, or public intoxication. These issues have little to do with crime or safety, but we send police who issue thousands of tickets that are never paid. One service that would be better positioned to intervene is the Homeless Crisis Outreach Program at Somerset West Community Health Center. This program responds to people in distress and supports them to navigate the service system. For an investment of $350,000 per year, this essential project-funded service could become permanent in a community where the number of homeless or precariously housed people has increased significantly over the last few years. So the report provides other examples of services that could be scaled up. $500,000 to $1 million could create a new homeless outreach program to tackle emerging issues before they become crises. $550,000 could cover the operating costs for recovery beds to support transitions to stable housing. $1 million could create a new day program to enable people experiencing homelessness to be off the street during the day. Et un investissement de $2 millions pourrait permettre aux résidents de l'Est de la ville d'avoir accès aux services d'un centre de santé communautaire. So these examples run the gamut from lower costs investments to bigger projects, and they all share in common that they are doable in the short term. We produced this report because the city currently spends more than is needed to get worse outcomes. Ottawa has a wide range of relevant and effective services that, if appropriately scaled up and coordinated, could dramatically reduce the costs of policing and improve outcomes.
1 minute.
Yes. So I'm actually done. Thanks for the opportunity to participate. I will hand the mic to the next guest. And if there are any questions, I would refer them to Sean again, who would be better placed to answer them. Thank you.
Seeing no questions to this delegation, our next delegation is Michelle Herchebys from the Centertown Community Health Center. Please go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the community safety and well-being plan. I'm also here, as noted, to speak about the Rethinking Community Safety Report. I first want to acknowledge and commend the city for its work in coordinating efforts related to responding to the community crisis related to mental health. On behalf of the whole coalition of community health and resource centers, please view us as allies and collaborators in working together to promote community safety. We hope that the Rethinking Community Safety Report can support the planning conversations and work within the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, and we welcome an opportunity to present about the report in more detail if that can be helpful. Building on the presentation so far, I'd like to focus on the elements of the report that relate to mental health. For decades now, we've talked about the underfunding of social services related to mental health. There have been commissions and studies and roundtables and working groups that reach the same conclusion. We need to invest in mental health and social services. We need to invest in services across the spectrum with things like community and place-based supports, crisis counseling, all the way through to more intensive services like ACT teams and intensive case management. To get better, people facing mental health challenges need stable housing, social services to maintain their housing, and the supports that lead to a greater sense of security, and we have not made those investments. But it would be inaccurate to say that we have avoided costs. The cost in lives has been high, lives lost, lives shattered, and lives in crisis. The cost in dollars have been high as well. According to the OPS, the number of mental health calls has grown steadily over the years. The complexity of mental health calls has also grown, making the time per call higher every year. A recent analysis by Vivid Research and the 613-819 Black Hub estimates that the volume of 15% of all police calls. Activity in this range would indicate that Ottawa police are spending between 50 and 75 million per year on mental health interventions. It's a sizable share of all spending on mental health in Ottawa, but it may not be yielding the optimal results. We often hear calls to spend more on policing, though all the evidence points to how clearly that will not solve the problem. By OPS's own analysis, police interventions often do not resolve the issues. In a recent OPS report, it was noted that OPS members often respond multiple times to help the same people, the same families over and over again. The report describes much of police activity on mental health as a stopgap measure and recognizes the need for the realignment of existing supportive services. The Rethinking Community Safety Report proposes a menu of options, as we've discussed, for reallocating these funds so that the city can send the right person to deliver the right service at the right time. Some examples of potential funding investments: 1.25 million would create a community-based mental health team in 16 high-risk neighborhoods to support marginalized Black and racialized families. 1.5 million would create one non-police mental health crisis response team. 1.5 million would fill the gap for safe beds in Ottawa. 1.5 million would provide a community addiction team for Ottawa, serving the people with the most critical addiction challenges. These are only few of the many viable options for services that are low-hanging fruit, where organizations are poised and ready to move forward if the city were to fund them. During COVID-19, when budgets are stretched in the extreme, it's time to acknowledge that appropriate interventions can dramatically decrease the system costs. It's time for the city to use the best available evidence, which suggests that mental health calls, which rarely involve any violent activity and often no criminal activity at all, would be better served by social service organizations. Thank you.
Councillor Fleury, please.
Merci pour votre présentation. Michel, un des points que tu soulèves, je pense, c'est en fin d'intervention particulièrement, puis je vais avoir des questions pour l'équipe à la ville. Il y a une référence pour les policiers au niveau de la santé mentale, puis je ne comprends pas s'il y a eu un manque de révision ou s'il y a une approche, mais évidemment, le conseil municipal a voté en direction d'avoir une stratégie complète sur la santé mentale. Puis, ça va former mes questions tout à l'heure, là, donc j'y reviens. Luc, j'ai une question pour toi. Moi, le plan, c'est un plan qui est requis par la province. Chacune des municipalités avance. Moi, je ne suis pas clair ce que la province demande. Ça va être un autre élément de ma question. Mais au niveau des interventions en santé, parce que quand on pense bien-être, c'est loisirs, c'est services sociaux, mais c'est aussi santé, environnement, on pourrait élargir encore. Moi, je me questionne un petit peu sur le rôle puis la gouvernance, y compris là, dans votre contexte, c'est les centres de santé communautaires. J'essaie de comprendre, là, il y a un guiding, il y a un groupe, le thème qui est utilisé, le Guiding Council, puis je me demande comment vous voyez votre rôle dans tout ça.
As a matter of procedure, Mr. Ouellet is actually our next delegation. If you can hold your questions to look for the next delegation, Councillor, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Ben, je suis désolé, Monsieur le Président, j'ai manqué l'intervention. Il y avait quelqu'un qui parlait français, puis je pensais que c'était Luc. Donc, il y avait une voix d'homme français. Est-ce que j'ai manqué cet élément?
Ah, je comprends.
Oui, mais je fais ma présentation en anglais, mais oui, c'est Luc qui était ici pour répondre à des questions en français, totalement.
Hey, je suis pas si fou que ça, là. Je suis pas si fou que ça, là.
C'est tout à fait. Luc est ici pour des questions en français quand même. Alors, attendez pas lui, merci.
Je m'excuse tellement la confusion, conseiller.
No, I'm glad. I'll ask my question in English. I have no problem. So, Michelle, the intervention in French by Luc on your behalf was in relations to health services.
Yeah.
And I guess when I look at the city's guiding guiding council, I'm unclear about governance. And I see that, sure, there's an important role for parks and recreation. There's an important role for social services, but wellness is a big theme, including our health partners. So I'm wondering from Community Health and Resource Center, as this is a provincial requirement, how do you see the best role for the health partners to be to inform the plan?
Well, I think that the Rethinking Community Safety report has been our effort to talk about ways that some of those activities could happen because the costs are happening at the municipal level. Many of the CHCs have been involved in projects like social prescribing, which is about the health and well-being for people to get them to connect to those resources. So we are partners around that municipal table already, working on those issues around those broad pieces of connecting people to some of those recreational resources and supports, because what we know, and the research demonstrates really clearly on that fundamental level, is that access to supportive communities, social supports, social connectedness, community sense of belonging has actually a much more positive impact on your health and well-being and longer-term healthcare status than access to a primary care provider. It's really important to get access to primary care. So being part of that planning process that makes sure that we have that whole response of a holistic response to people's health and well-being is fundamental and critical to a healthy, vibrant community. And quite honestly, a community where people want to live and invest in.
Okay, I appreciate your answer. Maybe for me, it's governance. I know you have a clear report, but to me, governance going forward matters. Where do you feel that the pillar of health, and health's complicated, like hospital health is one thing, community health is another, like there's the mental health response is another. So, but from a health sector, how would you share with us today the best way for the health partners to be engaged in the governance as guiding principle? Because you're in possession of information and you have tools that you're able to access that we might not have as a municipality. But when we think of the individual doesn't care, and we have a motto in the city of one city, one team, but outside of the city, that's kind of complicated. So I want to understand from your perspective, from a governance perspective, and maximizing its impact of this plan, how do you see health partners' role in at the table, at the governance table?
And it may be that I think, honestly, for me, Counselor, I don't have a clear understanding about some of what those governance structures might be. And so it actually might be a good question to ask, come back to ask Luke, who's been around a lot longer than I have been in some of those governance structures and who has done a lot of thinking of that. And so I might actually request that you bring that question to him.
Fair. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Michelle, for the answers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fleury. Councillor McKinney, please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Michelle and Sean, Luke, all for being here and for the work on this report. It is such critical information, coupled with the 613-819 Black Hub report. We're really we're getting the evidence that we need to really drive change in the city in terms of how we respond to mental health crises, poverty, homelessness, and do it in a way that doesn't criminalize people for being poor or unwell. So for that, we owe you a huge debt of gratitude, as well as Black Hub and others working on this. And, one of the things that I noted in the 613-819 report was, and it's no surprise, but brought to bear the over-policing of racialized communities and the effect that has on communities and on youth and on families. And also, when I think about this report and the policing responses, because there's nothing else right now. I mean, it happens all the time. I see it all the time where police are called because there's no other service at that time to go in and to address a mental health episode or. But we also know this, and and this comes out of something I was reading this morning around, land acknowledgements and our hopefully seriously renewed relationships with Indigenous residents in our city. And when we think about homelessness, we know that Indigenous people are grossly overrepresented in in our homeless population. So it would seem to me, and I guess I'm asking that my question is to you, do you see that as well? Do you see that much of the disproportionate police response to poverty and homelessness actually happens with Indigenous people in our neighborhoods?
Absolutely. We're seeing it. And again, as you said, because there is no other response, people call 911 to deal with sort of an issue or somebody in distress. I mean, it often doesn't necessarily even come from that there's criminal activity. There's somebody in distress, and the only urgent response we have is to call 911. But when the police show up, and let's say somebody has illegal substances on them, they're self-medicating in that way because we don't actually have good access to treatment programs and supports related to that. In fact, what happens then, we are criminalizing homelessness, criminalizing drug use, and criminalizing indigeneity, criminalizing based on race, because there aren't the other supports. And so what this report is saying is that if we invested in the other supports, if there was somebody else that could be sent when somebody is in distress and people are concerned about what they're seeing on the streets, you can actually have an intervention that supports and connects people to housing supports, to addiction supports, to wraparound supports. Of course, then part of that also needs to be backed up with the supports, because it's not as easy to say, oh, someone's in distress and let's just find them housing. We know that that's also, not a quick response right now, but the first piece of that interaction happens when somebody sees somebody in distress, calls for support. And if they could call something other than 911, we would, really support the decriminalization of what are social problems.
Absolutely. And I'll just add that, you know, I think that as a counselor for downtown ward where, you know, we see these circumstances in our neighborhoods every day. I get messages daily from people who are concerned, who also don't want to call police, but have no other option but to call police when they see somebody in mental distress or in need. You know, I think that it's really critical that that we remember that if we're going to be serious about you know, addressing homelessness, we don't have a large we have a large role to play, but without, you know, an increase in federal funding, a huge increase in federal funding, you know, we are going to continue to fail in housing and homelessness. But if we divert funding and if we fund and if we put funding into mental health support, social services, outreach, we know that connecting with people is that first step to reducing homelessness, to getting people housed, to getting people into a place where you know, they're engaging and are able to be housed. So anyway, I thank you for this. It's just so critical, and the reports that we have in front of us this year will certainly guide us in our budget deliberations. So
Thank you,
Michelle. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Menard, please.
Thanks very much, Chair. Hi, Michelle. Thank you for being here and for the series of delegations that are speaking to this topic in particular. I wanted to ask you a series of questions. I take it that you've seen the recent deliberations at the Ottawa Police Services Board and where they're heading. You've seen those.
Yeah.
And I wonder, because the question about this seems to be shifting to how we do it, because the evidence is there. The evidence has been there for years and years and decades now, but finally people are waking up to the fact that we need to be doing this. So the funding aspect always comes into it. Well, how do you do it? How do you start to shift it? We raise this continually at council to say, can we move to a public health funding model? You know, that starts to shift resources. And it's always fraught because lots of politics come into it, despite the evidence. And so I guess seeing what the OPS board has done, which I think has been a positive, they've taken community feedback and have started to shift. Your report, which has taken from, you know, certainly a lot of the activist work in the community with civic research and many of the people on the ground that have done this work repeatedly and have been at the OPS board, and you've taken a lot of the research that's out there and consolidated it into your report. And I read it fully. It was an excellent report, but it was a consolidation of a lot of that activist work that's already taken place. So thank you. What do you see as the funding mechanism? Because I can tell you, you know, given the amount of money that we're spending and how much we would need to start to invest in what you're talking about, which is fairly minimal compared to what we spend on other priorities. I'm wondering what you see as that funding mechanism.
So I think as Sean spoke to is that if, you know, City Council has supported and approved or sort of, you know, talked about up to 3% in the police services budget, and the police services budget comes in at 1.5%. Is there that balance of that 1.5%, an opportunity to invest in some of the projects and get started on seeing what is possible in terms of some of these activities? When we talk about 1.5 million, for example, as an investment is in a community mental health crisis response team for one area of the city, it's an opportunity to start and see what happens in that part of the city around those issues. And so to build on that incrementally, saying, okay, we've got some success from that, and then how do we build and scale that up across the city over time? I think it's important to note in the report, we're already paying the costs of not actually investing. Because you're sending police multiple times out. If they're not being sent out multiple times, that's actually money that or like resources that are freed up in the rest of the system to do other things that police are better able to do, and allowing those who are able in the social services and outreach to be able to do that kind of work. I do just want to comment and say that this is a culmination of work and has been informed by many people in the community and building on many pieces of work, including individuals who have made delegations of police services. And we're not the only voices advocating for this, and we're not the only voices in terms of the coalition who are talking about a different way of doing work. This isn't actually about funding community health and resource centers. It's actually about investing in the right services to get the outcome that we're looking for.
I appreciate that. Have you seen what has taken place in Toronto recently as well? Exactly what you said needs to be done has occurred in Toronto, where they've launched, I think it's 2 pilots with another 2 to go in specific areas, and then also working with specific communities, Indigenous communities and others. So I take it you've seen that work and how they launched that program there.
Yeah.
Okay, and our city manager now has taken on various different directions from council. We had directions around police services beginning to lead this piece. We had emergency protective services also intervening. We had others as well. We've had motions to council. There's been a lot. So the city manager has taken this on. Is it your contention that we need to see action as soon as possible? We can't be waiting another 2-3 budget cycles that we've done. The time to really act on some of these pilots and pushing to this model that you've been talking about and many others have is really now.
The time to act is now. We have already seen through the pandemic, quite honestly, it is exacerbated, particularly from a mental health and addictions perspective. It has dramatically exacerbated because there aren't some of the places and activities that people used to engage in during the day. They've all been shut down and closed during the pandemic. So it's important that we start now. It's important, like, you know, again, what's the proverb? You know, the time to plant a tree was 20 years ago, and if not then, plant it now. The time to invest was 20 years ago. We didn't, so we need to invest now.
Thank you very much. It is appreciated. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Menard. Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Thank you very much, Michelle, and thank you very much for this report. I just want to talk about the section on violence against women. This is a subject that we don't deal with as much municipally. It tends to be treated like charity, and where groups have to fundraise to have shelters for women who are experience violence. And again, it goes to the justice system primarily rather than another way of dealing with it. I just want to know, I'm trying to get my head around the municipal role in this, because it is more of a provincial justice system issue that that is misaligned totally, where it's wrapped around policing people, but it's not working in terms of the victims. So I just wanted to get your comments.
You know, this is one of the areas when we're doing it that it is a complex issue. There are clearly evidence that, and you'll notice, I think in our report, we don't actually have specific kind of investment pieces around it. Because of the complexity, as you sort of said, about who has all the various roles and pieces to play in it. Yet what we're doing is still not working. And so this is an area where we do think that there needs to be continued more work and discussion and dialogue on it. We are deeply committed in all areas of this report, but particularly in the violence against women, of coming together and having those conversations that also engage the provincial and federal governments around some of those investments strategies. I know there's at the upcoming roundtable on a gender-based recovery as an example that I know that you're leading within that, Councillor. This is part of it about what a gender-based recovery looks like, because for many women and children who have been even more trapped at home during the pandemic and didn't have some of the ways to be able to get out when either their abusers weren't at home all the time or they were able to go to work some of the time. It's critical that we have some of those conversations. And I think some of the work from the YWCA in Toronto is foundational around some of those things around what that looks like. Again, it circles back to some of those pieces that are more complex, including access to fast housing, in shelters, trying to find housing for women who have, more than two children, right, is really challenging. Finding larger units that are available. That's a predominant reason about one of the ways that women return is because they can't find stable housing, which is really critical. So I think there's more conversation and dialogue, and we intentionally didn't put some of the recommendations in because we didn't actually have examples of saying this is what this chunk of investment gets you, because it is more complex.
I appreciate that. And I think it's taking it several steps back in terms of education and to prevent it in the first place, of course. So
100%.
Yeah, that's something that we need to look at very much. I have an expert in my office on this topic who's dealt with it for years, and on homeless women as well. And it some of it, like, it overlaps, but the homeless women is a big topic as well. And people don't think of that's an issue, but it is. In terms of back to 911, it's interesting to see the pattern here of calls that are not in the same, are not necessarily for police. So I wanted your comment. I appreciated Sean's input on that.
So again, ourselves in Ottawa City, Inner City Health, and our urban outreach program in Somerset West, and some of their homeless work, and Sandy Hill Community Health Center. I mean, we see a lot of people who are, again, in distress on the street and getting those calls. But even families who are struggling with someone who's in mental health crisis, as an example, the only option to have somebody immediately respond when someone is in that mental health crisis, as an example, is to call 911. There is nobody else who can provide that support and immediate response if you're stuck and not able to de-escalate a situation yourself. But having somebody trained to de-escalate is really important. And for individuals who are from racialized communities, Indigenous, having a police officer show up is not a de-escalation strategy. It often is immediately an escalation of crisis because of some of the relationships with police and some of the experiences related to that. So being able to have someone who is trained in de-escalation, who's trained deep training in mental health, who can go and help de-escalate, help somebody, support them getting to a hospital or a crisis bed. All of those are critical interventions that don't require police, but that could be sent as an alternative response.
Thank you very much, Michelle.
Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. La prochaine à la parole, c'est mon ami Luc Ouellette de le Centre de ressources Orléans-Cumberland. À vous la parole, monsieur. Merci et bienvenue.
Merci beaucoup. D'abord, je suis très content qu'on puisse avoir l'opportunité de commenter le plan de sécurité et de bien-être dans la collectivité. From our perspective, the community and well-being plan needs to be positioned to respond to community crises related to health. And I would like to echo my colleagues in saying that, indeed, we look forward to finding ways to collaborate within the community safety and well-being plan. I wanted to focus today on the recommendation and data relating to youth and the Rethinking Community Safety Report. In Ottawa, as in many other jurisdictions, policing is often using and funded as an intervention for youth, even though the evidence indicates that policing may not be best tools to address underlying problems, and it has several negative impacts. For example, youth involved with justice system face serious long-term impact on employment, education, housing, and income. Even when they are found to be not guilty, youth who have been arrested are more likely to live in poverty and are less inclined to engage in civic participation than similar youth who have never been arrested. Lorsque nous nous trompons dans le maintien de l'ordre chez les jeunes, nous endommageons également les relations communautaires, ce qui complique les efforts visant à résoudre les problèmes de sécurité réels. Une étude canadienne menée en 2020 a montré que les jeunes, les personnes de couleur et les autochtones étaient plus susceptibles d'avoir eu des interactions négatives avec la police que d'autres groupes et étaient également plus susceptibles d'avoir une opinion négative de la police et de se sentir en danger dans une présence policière accrue. Ces résultats reflètent une recherche internationale approfondie, montrant que les interactions négatives antérieures chez les jeunes étaient des facteurs importants affectant la volonté de s'engager avec la police. Instead of pursuing intensive policing, communities across North America are increasingly addressing youth issues with more community-based, asset-oriented approaches. These programs assess risk factors, facilitate access to protective factors, and create stable relationships, proactively link together services and support. These evidence-based positive interventions promote youth well-being, promote conflict resolution, and establish positive relationships with youth that focus on support and guidance. Ottawa is fortunate to have many programs like these that could easily be scaled up to better service young people. The report recommends reallocating some of the millions annually spent policing youth and devoting some of it to the programs that have a greater impact for the fraction of what the City of Ottawa now spends. For example, $100 000 pourrait construire un nouveau carrefour communautaire multilingue dans l'est d'Ottawa. $125,000 could have new students will have graduate or swag program to help students facing intensive barriers to complete high school. $185 000 pourrait être servir des programmes de réussite des jeunes francophones axés sur les immigrants à un plus grand nombre d'écoles dans les conseils scolaires de langue française. $350 000 could have youth peer outreach programs to 6 more communities. $500 000 pourrait créer un modeste programme de maisons communautaires et $1,5 million pourrait créer un programme complet de maisons communautaires. $400,000 could support badly needed youth drop-ins, and $1 million could create a full service program outside the downtown area. Notre recherche a révélé que les services sociaux offrent une gamme d'interventions qui répondent plus efficacement aux communautés en crise, réduisant considérablement les arrestations, les incarcérations et le temps passé devant les tribunaux. What we found over and over again with this research is that City Council could better apply existing spending and improve community safety by funding social services.
1 minute.
It is time we acknowledge that many of the interactions involving the community in crisis and the police would be better served by an unarmed civilian response. Merci. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Est-ce qu'il y a des questions en délégation? Oui, conseiller Dudas, s'il vous plaît.
Merci. Thank you, Luc, for your presentation. I very much appreciated your feedback on this current situation. But I guess I just wanted to ask, there has been a lot of work done over the last little while to get to the point we're at, where we're looking at a community safety and well-being plan. And I know that the police board is looking at a lot of additional work on their end in terms of policing. There's been a very strong conversation with the new police chief as well too about his mandate and his mission to address some of these issues. And there's a lot of conversations, and I've had a very good opportunity to speak with yourself and Natalie from the EORC about how we can continue to move forward. I'd like to know your thoughts in terms of what we're looking at today. We've come a long way so far. Even the anti-racism secretariat and we've come a lot in this term of council, and we've had a lot of really good conversations with groups such as yours. So I totally agree with you. We have a long way to go, but I'd love to get your thoughts on what we're looking at today and maybe the ongoing opportunities for collaborations with groups such as yours so that we can continue to get to where we need to be as an objective.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, I think it's really important that we see this report today as a roadmap, right? Like you're saying, a lot was done by the city, but we still have a lot to do. Like Sean mentioned before, this is a presentation done to provide some information menu also for councillors in terms of potential investment in this next budget. In the next years also, there will be new terms of council, strategic orientations that will probably be reviewed in the spring of 2023 after the following election. So we are seeing that as a roadmap in order to invest in our community. We are seeing the city also having to play a role. It's really complex in terms of funding also. We need the province to play their part here. And I will gladly respond to Conseiller Fleury in terms of the question before, but we need to start working on pilot project this next year in order to have a roadmap to verify and to have impact in our community.
And I, very much appreciate. I actually think we're on a roadmap, and I don't think we'll ever get to an end. We'll constantly have to be reevaluating and continuing to collaborate with the community and stakeholders and different groups in our population. But I do appreciate all the work that you and Natalie and all the resource centers and all the different stakeholders have put into this, as well as our city staff and work they've gotten invested into getting us to this point. So I do think, there may be a constant evolution of this plan and all the adjacent plans, but I do appreciate the work that's been put in today. Thank you.
Et finalement, Conseiller Fleury, pour votre question en français, à vous la parole.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. Puis Luc, tu as entendu ma question. Je vais la reposer s'il y a des gens qui se sont joints à nous, mais c'est plus particulier. Moi, je crois beaucoup des enjeux systémiques qu'on a débutent dans une mauvaise gouvernance. Puis je vais avoir des questions à la ville au niveau du Guiding Council, c'est quoi son but, mais de ta perspective, toi qui travailles dans le domaine de la santé, qui comprend la complexité, puis aussi la redevabilité, surtout auprès du gouvernement de l'Ontario. Je suis curieux de voir quel est le rôle, d'après toi, du secteur, là je vais utiliser le gros mot, du secteur de la santé face à la gouvernance que la ville met en place là, pour ce point.
Oui, je pense que, évidemment, conseiller Fleury, il est clair que la ville, la municipalité a une responsabilité, la province a une responsabilité. Je voudrais vous rappeler qu'en tant que conseil municipal, vous avez voté le 9 décembre dernier une résolution, la résolution 45-6, demandant au bureau du maire d'écrire une lettre au premier ministre de l'Ontario demandant plus de support au niveau de la santé mentale. Cette loi a été écrite par le bureau du maire, envoyée au premier ministre sans aucune réponse. Il est clair que, comme Sean et mes prédécesseurs l'ont indiqué, on est des alliés dans cette situation-là. On voit un rôle, évidemment, que la province doit jouer. Ici, c'est qu'on est vraiment dans la situation où on regarde quels sont les investissements que la ville peut faire pour graduellement changer cette perspective-là. Ça ne se fera pas du jour au lendemain. Ça va prendre du temps, mais ça va prendre une volonté politique de vouloir pas faire la même chose, parce que la même chose va probablement, très probablement, sans faire une recherche extensive, donner les mêmes résultats. C'est une relation relationnelle avec la communauté, avec les jeunes, avec les personnes dans votre communauté à vous qui ont besoin d'aide et qui ont besoin de support en santé mentale. Donc, évidemment, on est prêt à continuer à travailler, puis on espère que ce rapport-là va vous donner des outils et va continuer à nous offrir du support par rapport au dialogue qu'on doit avoir avec la province, puis une élection qui s'en vient évidemment au niveau de la province l'année prochaine.
J'apprécie ce que tu dis, puis je vois la gouvernance peut-être un petit peu différemment de la façon dont tu la présentes. Comme moi, on a tous un rôle aujourd'hui, on siège sur un comité. Toi, tu es une délégation dans ta capacité professionnelle. Ça, c'est important pour le refait public, puis le progrès. Mais moi, ce qui m'importe, c'est que des gens comme toi, des gens au milieu de la santé soient on va utiliser l'anglicisme, embedded dans le guiding council. Parce que pour moi, que toi, tu viennes à nous, puis nous, on demande les questions staff, quand c'est pas fait, c'est correct, là, c'est un outil. Mais moi, j'aimerais mieux quand l'évolution du plan soit vraiment impliquée avec les partenaires comme la coalition. Mais je regarde le travail que vous avez fait avec les Ottawa Health Teams, puis je pense à un modèle de gouvernance similaire, comme il y a 76 agences de la santé d'Ottawa qui collaborent à une table pour une approche très concrète au niveau de la santé mentale et de la toxicomanie. OK, comment on peut prendre cet outil-là, puis des outils qu'on a à la ville, puis créer des outils de gouvernance qui fonctionnent, là, où les différents niveaux de leadership se parlent, puis il y a un progrès continuel. Donc, c'est plus à ce niveau-là. Si tu as une réponse, c'est correct, mais sinon, je peux l'attribuer comme commentaire.
Ouais, juste une brève réponse, probablement ici, c'est que oui, entièrement d'accord avec vous, conseiller, qu'il doit y avoir une collaboration des partenaires communautaires. Ça inclut la coalition, mais également les membres de la communauté qui pourvoyeurs de services qui sont payés par la Ville d'Ottawa. Sur le Guiding Council, on a parlé plutôt d'un poverty reduction, la mise en place d'un comité de réduction de la pauvreté. Il en existait un co-leadé par la Ville et la communauté avant l'environ 8 ou 9 ans. Je pense que vous étiez déjà conseiller à ce moment-là. Donc, je suis très content d'avoir entendu ce matin qu'on va ramener cette option-là, mais il faut que la communauté soit impliquée toujours parce on est une partie de la solution, comme nos autres partenaires le sont, puis c'est ensemble qu'on va avoir un tout en termes de réponse.
Merci, M. Ouellette. Merci, M. le Président.
Welcome. Councillor King, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Luke, for the excellent presentation. I know we've chatted in the past as well on some of these issues, and I'm really pleased that you brought up the importance of addressing the challenges that youth are facing in the context of this plan and in the context of what's happening in the city. We know that lack of opportunities, a lack of programming in critical hours, and also lack of employment alternatives, especially in low income neighborhoods, high priority neighborhoods, create a lot of challenges. And I know you were talking about the specter, the potential of youth programming. So for those who might have not read the report in public, just briefly, I'm just wondering if you can give a little bit of detail of what the youth programming would look like that you're proposing.
So I think like we mentioned before, and Sean made at the beginning of this presentation, really broad statement in terms of the fact that we had a lot of good service providers of Ottawa that are providing services and really good services. But we are unable at this stage to provide more services outside of the potentially regular hours and or with additional staff. There was in the last year an exercise for reallocating community funding. And that was one good example of potential of adding more hours overnight, over the weekends for all service providers in Ottawa. Unfortunately, there was some new funding, but unfortunately we were not able to proceed with the funding we requested as an organization, and many of the service providers of Ottawa have also made some good plans. And I would suggest that a good proportion of these new ideas are sitting there in terms of agencies proposing to have overnight, to have weekends, to be working more in collaboration, but we don't have the capacity right now. So that's where I'm going back. If we do the same old again, we will not be able to have an impact. And we have to also evaluate this impact. So if you are proposing to go ahead with 1, 2, 3, or 4 pilot projects, we need to validate and we need to evaluate these impacts 6, 12, 18, 24 months down the road to really see if the investment, and for you at the council, but also for the community, because we have a lot of education also to make in the community, because often community safety will equal more police, where community safety equal police and service in mental health and social services to assist these individuals.
Well, I just want you to know that I agree with the assessment of yourself and your colleagues. The investments are better placed in social services than expanding police services, in my estimation. I've seen examples of this in my community where we continue to work to really move towards more investment in educational and recreational opportunities and more programming for at-risk youth. I think that that's the way to go. And obviously, I'm going to work with my colleagues to advocate for more resources, not just in my ward, but across the city to the benefit of youth in our city. So thank you so much. I really did appreciate your presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Truly appreciate it. Merci encore, Luc, d'être là aujourd'hui avec nous.
C'est mon plaisir.
On a notre prochaine délégation, c'est Jeffrey Bradley, un étudiant de PhD Legal Studies à Université Carleton. Welcome to the committee, Jeffrey. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good morning, councillors. Like the chair said, my name is Jeff, PhD student in Legal Studies at Carleton, and I have extensive research and policy experience in violence prevention and survivor issues. I want to first commend the staff at the City of Ottawa who helped develop the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. The 6 local priorities presented earlier are very important for our community to address. Upon reviewing the plan, I see some notable gaps in the report because of its lack of clarity about the activities and actions that will be implemented in future strategies to meet the objectives and outcomes of the plan. Firstly, I believe to meet the mandate set out in the Police Services Act, there needs to be a focus on violence prevention and intervention by including more information on proven alternatives to policing to address violence, trauma, and victimization using community-based solutions in addition to the current proposals for social well-being. Some examples from research on evidence-based and cost-effective violence prevention include youth outreach, crisis intervention, mentorship, conflict resolution, diversion, family supports, life skills and school curricula, multi-systemic therapy, job training, and hospital emergency room interventions. Secondly, within the gender-based and sexual violence priority, there is a need for more integration of upstream prevention in addition to the services and supports outlined for survivors of this type of violence. Some of the solutions include sex education, counseling, bystander intervention, changing social norms and structures, and community accountability processes. We also need to make sure that we empower women by improving childcare, job opportunities, income, and restorative responses for survivors to heal from sexual violence, because the current system is not working for survivors. Thirdly, we need to measure outcomes and set targets to achieve the best results. This will involve setting measurable targets such as reductions in shootings and sexual assaults. We need a clear logic model for the new actions to achieve the targets. It must be monitored and evaluated to make sure the approaches are identifying gaps and barriers to respond. We need to listen to community concerns and ensure initiatives are meeting human needs and that approaches are adapted to community contexts. The city should therefore aim to meet international standards to cut violence in half by 2030, similar to the Sustainable Development Goals. Fourthly, the governance structure must include dedicated staff to have the experience, training, and knowledge to implement the plan. There needs to be strong integration between schools, housing, social services, and healthcare. There's also, I lost my notes for a second. We need active collaboration with community and people with lived experiences. We need to collaborate with researchers and organizations to develop training and monitor results. All of the outlined strategies in this plan need adequate and sustained funding to develop new initiatives and increase the capacity of community services and programs, so to scale them up as we were discussing earlier. This will mean a need for an additional annual funding of at least $30 million a year to implement the plan, which is about 10% of the existing police budget, which could definitely be reallocated or reallocating of other downstream reactive approaches to violence. Also, funding from the city should be matched by other orders of government to ensure the longevity of this plan. I believe I've made some important and valid recommendations for the committee to take into consideration so that this plan can be more than words and succeed in making Ottawa a safe, inclusive, and equitable city for all. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my thoughts and praise for the work ahead for community safety and well-being in Ottawa.
Thank you so much, and good luck with the remainder of your studies. We truly appreciate you coming out today. Councillor Kavanaugh, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Jeff, for your analysis. I appreciate it. I'm the liaison on women and gender equity, and I can't agree more with you on your points. That's exactly the kinds of things that we want: more childcare and more equity in the workforce, et cetera. There's so much. Also, I was just touching base about violence against women, and you're right. It's several steps back. It's about education. It's about social norms. It's about so many things that a culture really. And some of these things that we can work with, and some of them I hope that will be picked up by schools and other programs. But I think that's one of the things that is a frustration sometimes, is that we're a bit siloed. And a lot of the things you mentioned, I'm just looking at the checklist, that's province, that's federal, which is very frustrating for us, but we can advocate. So I appreciate your overview in terms of where we should go. I don't know, did you look at the report on the rethinking report as well?
Yeah, I did. It's very well done. And I would reiterate what colleagues on the phone have said here about alternatives and addressing those, root causes and structural inequalities through approaches like that.
Yeah, so it's a good starting point, and I think we're all looking at the same direction. So, no, I appreciate your analysis on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further questions to our delegation? Seeing none, I'm going to briefly turn the mic over to Tony Monte. We're talking about two reports here, one that we have in front of us, one that was prepared by the community, and we certainly appreciate their input. Mr. Monte, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate the opportunity to perhaps not redirect, but refocus on what's before you today as you consider what I heard from the delegations and the well thought out Rethinking Community Safety report that they put forward. I think bodes really well for the work that's in front of you. And I'll go back to the journey we've been on together to try to achieve your goals and our legislative responsibility to have a community safety well-being plan. As we've moved this plan forward, what's before you, I would say, is the first step in a journey that we have to do as a community, and more importantly, you as elected officials have to decide where we go. You've already identified 6 priorities, which we heard a lot about today. I see this plan and this next step as we transition over to the operationalization of those 6 priorities. We've heard the last delegate talk about setting goals, setting targets, measuring those targets. That's the work that has to be done. Councillor Fleury brought up as well governance. That also is the next step to identify how we can achieve that. And what for me is very reassuring to hear is we had a lot of work being done by different groups, and I'll give you one example. As the work that the police board started doing with Chair Deans, and then now that's morphed into a guiding council in mental health. We heard a lot about that today. It's clear in your priorities, one of the 6 priorities that you've identified is mental health. So that work is going to have to fall into that. A lot of this discussion today, and rightly so, we all want to move this forward as quickly as possible to have impact in the community, is very tactical. How do we solve this? The different type of responders, what can we do? And I think that is the next step that has to be done and has to be identified. And then the gaps. We did identify that the city, you've already invested in many areas significant money, 34 million, probably certainly not enough, but we need to identify, as was indicated by one of the delegates, an evidence-based approach. Where are our gaps? Where do we need to invest? How do we achieve some of these priorities, and what is the additional work? And then finally, and it's not a mystery, it is clear that at the municipal level, we won't be able to achieve all this from a funding perspective. We're definitely going to be needing support from other levels of government to achieve some of these goals. So I guess what's in front of you today, I return to a staff perspective before you ask us more questions, is The journey has completed with very significant consultation with the public. You've seen, we've come back to you several times and you've identified your 6 priorities which are before you. We've been blessed by support of our advisory committee throughout the work that we've done now. And now the next step is to, and I say this because, and I know she's on, to take the next step of the work to my colleague Donna and and her team to now start identifying what is the governance structure we're going to need, where are the gaps, how do we engage the community members, what are our next steps, and how do we bring the guiding council that you've already tasked our city manager to do into this work, so we have a coordinated approach. And I will leave on that, Chair, saying that what you have before you, I think, sets you up to have a coordinated approach of a lot of things that we've been trying to achieve that have been done not haphazardly, but in different silos, as was mentioned, but now for the first time is regrouped under one theme, a legislative requirement, but something that'll be able to help us move this forward. So I'm very encouraged by what I heard by the delegations and the very thoughtful work that they did by rethinking the community safety report as well too. So thank you for that opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And just to help guide the discussion, Donna, would you like to speak very briefly about the way forward?
Thank you, Councillor Luloff, and for the opportunity, and thank you to Mr. de Monte for the opportunity to advance the good work that the team has actually done. And I think that his point around this is a roadmap for us as we move forward and build on all of the good work that council has built. I think Councillor Dudas spoke earlier about all of the strategies that council has put in motion this year and this term of council, and they're quickly coming to fruition. So it is now a great opportunity to be able to look at those holistically and also look at the community needs and the external needs of the community and move forward comprehensively for our community with a common voice for council, both with other levels of government as we move into the next term of council, but also to be able to advocate for the broader needs of this community because of the intersection of, as Councillor Fleury said, the mental health, the health teams, and the roles of different organizations. So I'm pleased to be taking on this work, and I think we're ripe in terms of the integration work that's happening at the ministry level. And as you'll see in the ESS modernization at the individual level, where we're trying now to integrate services at the individual level. So I think it's a great opportunity to advance the important work that Mr. de Monte has put in place, and a great opportunity in his parting moments to set this community well on the roadmap to community safety and well-being.
On questions to staff, we have Councillor El-Shantiri, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And if you don't mind, I would like to ask our question and then we'll come back, speak about the plan as a whole, as a wrap up in the end. But first of all, I'd like to begin by thanking our staff, specifically Lisa leading this from 3 years back, actually at the beginning of this term when we first met and we talked about this. Obviously, the community safety plan and well-being was mandated by the previous government to municipality to have their own community safety plan. And at the time, as one of the people who's working on this with the province, we had asked the province will support financially to develop those community safety plan. And to this day, I believe they're behind the 8 ball. I believe only our city, Peel Region, and Toronto, I can say as a single tier municipality, have a community safety plan. The other 324 community policed by the OPP, they have not seen the complete what we see from our team. Kudos to our staff moving forward on this. But I have a question for Lisa. Lisa, we talk about this time and time again, and I don't want to see this plan develop and then just set on a shelf. How would you keep the plan moving forward? That's the question. And what action would we see? Like how, and also how are you going to report to this committee? Quarterly, annually, semi-annually? I'd be interested to know your concept on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the goals, strategies, and outcomes that are before committee today set out the foundation for actions to come. The remaining elements of the plan to be developed during the next phase of the work will include developing a governance structure. And this governance structure will be built to not only meet the legislative requirements, but also to establish roles and responsibilities, and look at groups that can build those action items falling out of these goal strategies and outcomes. And the governance structure will establish the accountabilities and reporting and implement the evaluation mechanisms, as well as set up the required processes to implement and administer the plan. And I just want to say staff recognize the urgency and the need. We feel that every day, and we'll continue to move forward on these important items.
Thank you, Lisa. And if I may continue, Mr. Chair, we heard from the General Manager, Donna Gray, who is going to lead the action. But would the city take on all the actions? Lisa, you have recommended 6 basic to deal with it. So who will be taking on all the actions, not
Yes, so the city's role in terms of this is to develop the partnerships and coordinate the plan with future actions to be undertaken by the most appropriate department, service provider, partner, or agency. So this means that the city may have some of the actions, but will not assume full responsibility for every action within the plan.
And I heard you, Lisa, talk about budget pressure. Can you explain what will be coming forward in 2022 draft budget and will come at later date for funding the plan? The reason I'm asking you this because we heard from the community representative talking about, right now, we don't have another agencies who have 24/7. Some of the calls should not go to police. Folks, for someone, just put it in perspective, for someone who sat on the Ontario Association of Police Boards and the Canadian Association of Police Board, no police in the province or in the country would like to be dealing with mental health. Mental health is not something the police look for to deal with. So I'd like to understand. So right now we have a great plan. It's been recognized by many people. We want to move forward. So budget is obviously important. So if you can tell me what's your expectation for 2022 draft budget?
Chair, if I may, to assist Lisa. So to the councillor's question directly, you'll be seeing in this budget cycle for your approval a setup to allow Donna, and I'll let her talk, to have at least the capacity to begin the work that she has to do. So it includes FTEs, 4 FTEs. It includes some additional money as well too, to be able to have secretarial support, consultant work that she may have. So we can set her up to success as she begins the next phase of this work. So that is already in this process. And as was indicated earlier, her team have a lot of work to do with the community and with other providers to start identifying in each of these pillars and areas, where are the gaps, what funding would be required, how do we measure success, what will be the targets that we're going to be setting out. So that'll be the work that team will have to do very shortly. So already you're going to have a first investment over and above what you're investing in a lot of the programs to basically set up the next phase for success with FTEs and additional funding to start the next work that you'll be doing that with that in the budget report that's coming forward.
Donna, do you want to add anything to GM de Monte?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I think Tony's actually captured the investments this year and the work that has to happen. And I think that work really is the critical work to help us build the financial plan and the requirements and the urgent priorities in the community. And I think it's pulling all that together and getting that comprehensive picture that will be important as we move forward.
Well, it's great to hear. And Mr. Chair, I know you're on maternity leave, but Vice Chair and I, we met with the Minister during AMO, and we talked about the community safety plan and when being developed. And obviously, we asked for the funding of for the plan. Have we have any follow-up? Do we need the mayor and maybe the chair of crime prevention, Ottawa, Councillor Dean, and the chair of police board write to the minister again as a follow-up on our meeting from AMO? Because obviously I haven't heard anything, and I am on the AMO working group for policing, and we haven't seen any. Should that something we need to give, ask the mayor, not give direction to the mayor, but ask the mayor and the chair of crime prevention Ottawa to write to the minister? Unless you heard something we haven't heard.
I'm sorry that the question is directed to whom, Chair?
To the chair, to Chair Lulaf, if he heard anything from the minister after our meeting at AMO.
I have not, and I would be welcome to take that suggestion along with the chair. I'd want to hear from the chair of Crime Prevention Ottawa as well, but always pleased to work with the chair of Crime Prevention Ottawa on an initiative like this. Absolutely.
Tony, as far as you know, there's no funding dedication from the province came toward the community safety plan at this point.
At this time, that's correct, Chair. We don't have any funding assigned to this. We have the legislative responsibility of not. My only comment is, as you discuss and wish to decide what you want to do, whether you, perhaps it would be more effective if you would allow Donna to start beginning her work, and then we can start seeing where the gaps and how significant the buckets of money that may be required that you may be able to lobby as a first step. Or you could say, you could ask as a first step to support what she needs now from the province, and then as she goes forward to let them know that there'll be other requests coming, but I leave that to you for consideration.
I'd like to thank you, Mr. Monte, Donna, Lisa, and the whole team for working job well done. A great, well, obviously great policy frame is up to now. It's up to us how we take that roadmap from you. But I want to say thank you. And Mr. Chair, I'm going to stop here and I'll come back speak about before we vote on the plan as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Always pleased to ensure that we're engaging with our provincial partners, as this is a provincially mandated policy. And as you pointed out, there are very few municipalities that are at the stage that we are at right now, and that's thanks to the good work of our staff. I'd be pleased to continue this discussion with the chair of Crime Prevention Ottawa on a strategy as to whether we want to, send one letter that's costed so that we know what we're asking for, or begin that work immediately. I'm happy to speak with the chair, who's done really great work on this and on the way forward. So that's no problem, and I really do appreciate the suggestion, Councillor El-Shantiri. We will hear from the chair of Crime Prevention Ottawa in just a moment, but first we have Councillor Fleury, please, for 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to begin by just understanding there was a memo sent by Steve Kay earlier this week relating to mental health response and referencing the guiding council. And I wonder if we get staff comment on how the plan in front of us and the memo interact with one another.
Chair, I believe Nancy Greenfield is on. Nancy was the one that when you tasked the city manager's office to begin working on the mental health some time ago, has been leading that work. And now, and then I can lead in, and Donna can lead in as well too, is how that work now can perhaps morph into this more broader report if it's approved today, and then by council. So Nancy, are you there? Maybe you can give a bit of an overview of where you are with the guiding council.
I don't believe she's on, Chair.
Okay.
Tony, I can take that if you'd like, Mr. Chair. So the work that the guiding councillor has been doing around the direction from council is looking at taking the entire scope of the mental health pillar and looking at the actions, priorities, and the plan to address that pillar. They have identified that their first priority is the crisis response, and that will be their major priority in the first year. They've expanded their mandate, so they've been doing a fair bit of work looking at the sectors that they cover and the work that the team needs to do, and making sure that the membership of that guiding council is fulsome. And those recommendations and the work of the guiding council will be part of the work that we're going to have to integrate and figure out how that coordinates in the broader community safety and well-being plan and the reporting back to council and committee.
Thank you for that. Could we get clarity on the guiding council? Who is that? And we referenced groups, and I just want to make sure that I understand the membership.
So the task right now, and that's the work, Councillor, that they're working on right now, is defining the terms of reference and the membership of that group. It is an arm's length group, and they are looking at creating a secretariat to support that work as well. So they are still in the development phases of that, but they should be done that work before the end of this year.
Okay. Could we, could you consider including health partners, as we've heard today, at that table, at that guiding table, as well as key organization in the youth and diversity fields? I imagine, like, when I read the report, I don't know exactly. I've seen some graphs relating to participation. I don't know if there were particular organizations that participated, but I want to make sure that, for example, OCH, obviously I'm biased, but OCH, Community Health and Resource Centers, and others, I'm sure other councillors would have, but would form some of that leadership table.
Yes, and Councillor, the intent is that it be comprehensive, but that individuals around that committee also play a role in representing multiple networks. So they've really done a pretty extensive view of making sure that it covers all aspects of mental health in reporting back to those sectors. So it does also have the health component and relationship back to the health component as well, realizing that there will be a requirement to work with Ministry of Health and the Ontario Health teams in order to move forward on the actions of the plan. So the intent is that the membership is pretty comprehensive, with OPH playing a significant role around that as well.
Good, appreciate that. And I haven't mentioned the school boards, but I think from a lot of the topics discussed here, the school boards should be at the table. I have a few questions on the plan. I'll start on page 33, and I'd love some clarity on strategy 3.1. I'm not understanding what we're trying to do here, because we have a motion and a direction on mental health, but then we make reference to mental health response by Ottawa Police. Is that bullet, I believe it's the last bullet, reads a little awkward to me.
Hello, Councillor. I'm just trying to find the page because I think my page numbers might be different than yours. So if you can, are you in the mental well-being priority?
Yeah, I can open. I'm in the ACS 2021 EPS PPD 003. Yeah, page 30. So at the bottom of the page, it says 33. I can read it. Sorry, these are off my notes. Mr. Chair, I indulge in the bit of time here, if you don't mind, because we are.
Yeah, I understand. We won't count it against you. We want to make sure that we get you a fulsome response, Councillor. No problem.
So, Councillor, if I'm getting it right in terms of 3.1, which is part of our integrated and simpler systems, goals, strategies, and outcomes, it's part of developing collaborative funding approaches and building community capacity. Is this the one that you're interested in knowing more about and getting clarity on?
Yeah, I realize I'm at page, so you know what? I'm going to save committee time here. Let's go to the next hand, and maybe Chair can come back up, because I'm referencing a document that doesn't match the pages. So I apologize for that. Let me come back.
Okay, yep, no problem. If it pleases the committee, I'll take members of council as they came in as well, just for ease, if that's all right. I know that typically we do committee members first and then move on to members of council, but just in the interest of time and respect for members of council who may have other meetings today, if it's all right with everyone, we'll go to Councillor Menard next. Please go ahead.
Thanks. Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that very much. I won't be long, so everyone else will be up quickly. Just questions to staff. I'm wondering what is our current plan for mental health outreach teams in Ottawa? Is there a plan for that? Is there some? I know there's been this high level discussion. The stakeholder board has been meeting, but I'm wondering if you can give more information on where we're at with that at this time.
So, Councillor, I can start, and then maybe Tony, you can add into the mix. In terms of what we heard from our consultations and the research that we've done, there are a number of different options that may be available in terms of mental health crisis response and how to address that. And so we have pulled all of that information together. We've shared that information through the city manager's office and what we've gathered to share with that guiding council as they actually go and look at that work, because they have identified that mental health crisis response in particular is their number one priority and what they want to focus on in terms of this first year of work. We have included it, you will see, as one of the goals and strategies that we're looking at as part of that mental well-being, because of the importance that has been placed on it by all of the stakeholders and by all of those community partners. So we have identified that as one of the key strategies that is critical to the success of this mental well-being priority. Tony, I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
No, I don't have anything to add. I think that's well said. So, Chair, to the councillor, it's clear that we heard that loud and clear. It's a major priority, and that's what the group that you've tasked through the city manager's office is looking at, and they've identified it as their top priority. So we should be seeing some of that information starting to flow shortly.
I'm really happy to hear that. Thank you. The 6 priorities in the plan and the sub priorities that come with them all seem to support something that would look like a community outreach team, mental health response team, crisis workers trained in mental health and de-escalation that can support those priorities. They all seem to align with a team that could help assist in each of those priorities. So I'm really happy to hear that. I'm wondering if we're going to be using funds saved from the police budget to put into a pilot in Ottawa, as Toronto has done, that will consist of crisis workers trained in mental health and de-escalation to respond to nonviolent requests. So is that current direction part of the thinking right now, that those funds could be used for that type of a priority? If it is the top priority that we're talking about, is that the option we're looking at right now?
Chair, and I'll ask Donna to chime in too, because I think we're transitioning into the work that she has to do. I don't think we're yet there. I think it's clear that this is a top priority. The guiding council is looking at it. I think the next step is to identify what is that going to look like, and then based on that is how we're going to fund it. So it's kind of like a chicken and egg kind of thing. So we're at the point where it's clear the consensus is we need a different type of response. But what will that be? Who will be there? What partners have capacity? What's out there in the community already? And it may just need coordination. So I don't think we're quite there yet. And I hate to put Donna on the spot, but that's the work that she has to do next. And so I would say that perhaps we give her the time to do that. But Donna, do you want to add anything to help in this discussion?
No, Tony, I think that's right. I think the work is, there's a number of pilots and initiatives and activities that are happening in the community. I think the work now is to bring that together under the guiding council to understand where the gaps are and define that model. And I know that they're actively working on that, pursuing that, and that is their priority. And things are starting to funnel through that guiding council. So I think that we need to give them time to do the work, like Tony said.
I appreciate that, and I'm not asking for us to launch before that work is done, but I am looking ahead for when there will be a launch, and I'm looking at the funding mechanisms to get there, and I look at the cost of policing and the potential for something that would reduce police work and also save money, and to start the funding direction for that. So even though there may be some governance pieces to work out, whether calls or triage through 911 or 211, where those communities of interest are sourced from, and who's making up those mental health teams, although that work continues, what I'm suggesting is, and I guess we don't have to have an answer today, but what I'm suggesting is that the funds that are being saved from the police services budget be directed to something that also takes work away from police and therefore less pressure, and is applied to something that saves us money and adjusts our outcomes. So I'm hopeful that is the way we choose to start to fund this mechanism. And because I look at Toronto, and there's 4 outreach teams in Toronto that they're establishing. One is specifically focused on Indigenous communities. The other 3 are neighborhood based. And their costs there were the $7.2 million to $7.9 million range. So very much within the envelope of our potential savings on the OPSB side. The work that they're already discussing and that pilot, very much relevant to us, and they've done basically a lot of the work for us, right? The systems are there. They've started to establish that governance framework. It exists. So I'm very hopeful that we can utilize much of that work that's been done and the funding that exists within the envelope that already exists for the municipality to begin to fund this into the future. And so all I'm saying is I don't want to see those funds allocated to something else that doesn't actually help our priorities on the community safety well-being plan. That funding should be reallocated to something like this as a top priority, is I guess what I'm hoping for. Maybe you could comment on that, and then I'll leave it there, Chair. I just wanted to congratulate Mr. Monte on his long and illustrious career, and that it's been great to work with you, and you will be missed here, and just really appreciate all your efforts to make the city a better place. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. And
sorry,
now,
Chair, I don't know if we can have just comment on my last comments.
Sure,
there.
absolutely. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thanks.
please. Yes, go ahead.
Thanks.
Mr. Chair, I can comment on that. And I think the first starting point, I understand the intent, Councillor. I think the first intent of the guiding council is to look at that and to look at the priority and look at the pilots. They're also, because they have a pretty expansive membership, we're also looking at, given that pilot, first, how could we reallocate? And then when we understand the nature of that, where's the best funding source to actually achieve that funding allocation based on what the solution is, because it may move into mental health, it may move into health, it may be in our social service, redirecting some of the money there. We have some project funding. So I think the team and the group, I think that has been assembled by the motion of council is the right team. It has individuals that have capacity, I think, or the ability to identify those projects. And if there is a gap, we would move forward on that gap, understanding the urgency of the need of council.
Anything further, Councillor? Okay, great. Thanks for joining us today. Councillor Deans, please.
Thanks, Chair. Well, first, to answer Councillor El-Shantari's question about writing to the province with regards to funding, there is no doubt in my mind that the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan needs to be adequately resourced. It was mandated by the province, and the province needs to come to the table. But I actually agree with what Mr. De Monte said about maybe the timing isn't quite right now, because we should probably understand what our needs are and what we want to ask the province for, and be able to back that up with a little bit more data and information before we make that ask. So to you, Councillor Luloff, I think we should do that. I think we should just, we should have a deeper understanding of our needs before we write that letter. So maybe just wait a little while on that.
I agree with your
question. Okay, good. I had one question, and then just a comment on the community safety and wellbeing plan. The question revolves around the 4 FTEs that have been identified as needed and will come to the 2022 budget. I'm just wondering what the nature of those FTEs are, and if one of them would be an expert in results-based management.
So, Chair Lisa, I know you have the breakdown, so I'll start with the last part of your question. There's additional monies put aside, and again, I'm speaking for Donna, I shouldn't, but part of the thought was to make her successful. She has additional monies to go get that expertise when she needs it. So that's part of the requirement in the budget as well too. And the FTEs are more, and I'll let Lisa describe them, more what we've experienced with regards to staff requirements to be able to support this project, move it forward, do the next step. So Lisa, can you just for the chair, give her a bit of detail of what we're proposing. And then of course, Donna, as she moves forward, I don't want to speak for her, but I am again, Donna, as she moves forward, will identify maybe if that needs to evolve over time, but certainly we feel that it's important in this budget cycle that we give her some capacity to start this important work.
Yes, so I'm happy to provide a little detail. So it is, the positions are broken down to look at addressing several different things. So one is around communications expertise. One is around that data and performance measurement analyst, which looks at evaluation as well. So that is one of the positions that are in there. A program coordinator to help bring all of the pieces together and do all of the different work that needs to happen. And then coordinating function to bring all of that together. So the positions are really looking to address the multifaceted nature that this plan is, and to really help move the work forward. So these are a combination of doers and analyzers at the same time.
So Lisa, who would be developing the evaluation and performance measurement framework?
So I'm happy to jump in with some initial thoughts, but Donna, I don't want to speak for you either. So just some initial thoughts. We've done some research. It's certainly not something that I would suggest that a city staff person should do on their own. It needs to have input from expertise in the community. And certainly, I have lots of ideas of how that could happen based on what we've heard in terms of the consultations that we've heard and from some of the experts that we've spoken with around evaluation. And certainly we've tapped into some of those experts. So we've talked to, university folks who have done extensive evaluation. We've talked to community partners. We've looked at a number of different folks. Public health has offered some expertise as well around evaluation. So it would be bringing those minds together and coming together with the best strategy possible.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the community safety and wellbeing plan. First, I wanted to take the opportunity to thank in particular Tony, Lisa, Valerie, and frankly, the entire community safety and wellbeing team for the work that has gone into this plan. It's been a lot of work, and I know that this was not an easy assignment. And having to pivot your consultation strategy in the middle of a global pandemic certainly didn't make the task any easier. So I recognize the amount of work that you have put into this plan, and I'm grateful to all of you for the work that you have done. As chair of both the Ottawa Police Services Board and Crime Prevention Ottawa, I recognize the value in the plan. I recognize that in our community, we have a need for change, for progress, and for a better, newer, fresher, if you will, approach. I think this is a foundational document, and we have an opportunity here to make a meaningful difference in the way we approach the health and safety of our community. Too often, we resort to our police service to help keep our community safe, but by the time a police intervention is required, it's very late in the process. And frankly, police are responding to calls by default, not necessarily because they are the best response. And so I think we can all recognize that we have a need for change. We need to adequately resource upstream prevention programs, and we heard a lot of that today from the delegations in areas like housing and mental health supports, youth programming, and alternative responses for people experiencing crisis. When I moved that motion a few months ago now to change the mental health strategy from being police-led to city-led, I think there was some confusion and some doubt about that and wonderment about why I would do that as chair of the board. But I think it's becoming increasingly clear that that was the right thing to do. The city needs to lead this. The city has deep tentacles into this community, and police need to be at the table, but police don't want to be at the head of the table. And I think it's becoming increasingly clear that that was the right strategy. So I'm grateful for the work that's happening at the city level now. I think we are moving in the right direction. And I also think that this is the right time for the work of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan to transition to community and social services. I think that the priorities that have been identified are largely in Donna's area of expertise and her staff's area of expertise. And I think passing the baton at this point is the right thing to do. I'm really pleased to see we're leveraging existing partnership, and I think there's a lot of great work happening in our city. It's important that we continue to engage with the community throughout the next steps. In my capacity as both chair of the Police Services Board and Crime Prevention Ottawa, I look forward to continuing this important work and to getting us all to a better place in all of our citizens' interests. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Deans. Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you to my colleagues for their questions and comments, particularly the Chair of the Police Board. Thank you. I do think this is very helpful. I have to give my thanks to Lisa for all the work she's done. This has been months and months, and I recall those first meetings that we had. And I want to particularly thank you for including domestic violence and putting that as part of it. I see it as being important in this priority. It's a difficult one for us to deal with as municipalities, but we have to talk about it. And I think what I'm getting from Councillor Deans and others is that it's all about partnerships when we're moving forward as well, but we can be leaders. This is an opportunity as a municipality that we can lead to help on many of these things. Anyway, thank you, Lisa. I know how hard you worked on this, and of course to Mr. DeMonte, and I wasn't around long enough to call you Tony. I just still feel like I have to call you Mr. DeMonte. But thank you for all your work. In terms of this plan, it says that it's legislated for municipalities in Ontario under the Police Services Act, which is interesting. Yet, I think we're finding that we're going in a different direction of where it belongs. So it's kind of organic that we're finding that the solutions are outside of police services. And I appreciate the comments and some of the delegations we've had. Yeah, gender-based violence, as I've mentioned, is something that I'm concerned about. And the other thing that I see happening, it's kind of interesting with the pandemic. We we pulled together people from different silos together for the pandemic, and we worked together more than we ever have before because we had to. And I think some good things happened out of it. It's interesting how a crisis can bring good things. And there was concern about youth, and I really appreciated the neighborhood ambassador program, for example. But our concern is we look at what the recommendations are, what we need to deal with. Can we have these as sustainable programs is my question, and make sure that this is something that we continue. I guess that's a question for Donna Gray.
Thank you, Councillor. So we've started that work when we did the community funding framework, and Council was really clear about the outcomes that you wanted to achieve in the community funding framework. And a piece of that was, serving equity, deserving group and youth in that. And what we did through the funding framework is we did now identify organizations specifically around youth, and ensured that in the other organizations, the intersectionality of youth was also included. And now as we move into those agreements, we're going to have really clear outcomes that we are putting into people's contribution agreements, organizations' contributions with us around how they are directly contributing and achieving that. And the plan now is we are confident that in that sustainability envelope, we have a good cross-section of what are meeting council's needs. And then it really is leveraging that work with our own organizational services through our integrated services teams, and aligning the work that we're doing across all of our departments around servicing those youth and those priority communities and youth in general across the city. So I think we have the framework now to do that. And I think that this larger plan also allows us to look at youth in each one of these areas and just build on the success that we've had to date.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. I see good work. I see good collaboration, such as working with the Boys and Girls Club and other organizations. Though I do worry that because they're funded like charities, they're vulnerable, and yet we depend on them so heavily. So that's one of my concerns. I'd like your comment on that, because that's something that worries me.
And I think in the community funding, when we changed it to this new funding framework, really looks at the sustainability of the sector. And so we really are looking at sustaining core funding. And so that core funding that we've done through the last allocation of those agencies that you see, that's now a 5-year funding envelope. And what we need to now work with those agencies, and that's part of the work that the team and I will do in the community funding framework, is to look at the needs and make sure that we're sustaining that sector of critical resources to meet council's mandate. We're doing that in the long term. So we really are going to start to look at a funding sustainability plan for those agencies. And now that we have aligned the right agencies with the priorities of council and with the priorities of the community, because if you'll remember, the community funding framework was built to define the priorities of the community, which are very much aligned to the community safety and wellbeing plan, of which the municipality has a responsibility.
Thank you. In terms of equity, one of the issues that I don't think it was really highlighted so much in the report, but it comes up is childcare. And we know things are coming down the line in terms of from the federal government, and hopefully there'll be negotiations with the province. I'm certainly going to be urging for that. But how big is a role does that play? Because I see it as important in terms of equity. Also, indirectly on the issue of violence and domestic violence, it's important to have childcare so that there's equity, that women can get out and work and have more opportunities. So I'd like your comment on childcare and its role in well-being.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think that's where I'm really seeing the value of having community safe and well-being, it being in the Community and Social Services Department, because although it wasn't on those lists of priorities, it's foundational for poverty reduction. It's foundational for gender violence. It just has such an important social preventative role in our community. And council did approve a childcare services plan. We're optimistic about the national childcare plan, and have started to realign our organization to be able to do the work to advance that priority. And we really do see that that will be a foundational piece in the department that will also support the community safety and well-being plan, and do see it as well as critical to that plan moving forward.
Well, I hope to be optimistic about that, because I see the need out there, and I hope that we'll be ready for that growth, and that we'll work together on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor King, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd like to also join my colleagues in thanking Tony for his commitment on both this project, as well as his commitment to this city over the past many years. And I'd also like to thank Lisa, Valerie, and the rest of the staff who had worked towards the development of this plan. After a tremendous amount of advocacy from the community, and also work by the steering committee, led by Crime Prevention Ottawa, which is led by our good friend Chair Deans, I'm really pleased that a poverty reduction strategy will be a key constituent part of this proposed community safety and well-being plan. As many might know, even before I was elected, I had been advocating very strongly for the creation of such a strategy. And I really feel it's absolutely necessary because we've been without a plan for the past decade. So the development of a plan, in my estimation, would affirm that the city is taking a key role in addressing poverty. And as the nation's capital, the city of Ottawa is in a unique position to be a model in breaking down the stigmas concerning poverty and taking action to reduce it. The creation of a strategy will ensure that the city once again asserts a leadership role in poverty reduction and investment in social infrastructure. And I believe that the creation of a strategy would also provide valuable coordination and collaboration with community groups and the nonprofit sector, encouraging social service providers to act together upon priorities in an effective way to identify concrete actions to reduce poverty locally. And we heard that from some of the delegates today who have come with specific plans. And I hear all the time from residents across the city, constituents in my ward, that they want to actually get involved in this future poverty reduction strategy. So my first question for staff is, what should I tell them? What's the timeline, and how can residents ultimately get involved once the community safety and well-being plan is enacted, and once we start working on a poverty reduction strategy?
Mr. Chair, I'll take that question because it's the future work, but we do see the poverty reduction strategy as an absolute priority in the gap in the work that needs to advance very quickly to help us understand the interconnection of the other pieces. And I've already started that discussion just in anticipation as we've started to see that evolving around that work. I can't right now give you an exact time frame because I think that I need to make sure that as we go through the budget process, and I want to make sure that the report got approved today, but I do want to let you know and assure you that that is a number one priority of the missing gaps in the strategy that will be urgently advancing as soon as possible.
Well, I appreciate that because I've already, residents and interest groups have already reached out to me, and we're going to start having discussions, and we want to ensure that they are aware that concrete action is coming. So I appreciate that answer, and of course I think everybody is anticipating a movement. So I'm really pleased that we're going in the right direction. Another key area that I'm really pleased to see in this report is the fact that we will also be addressing food security. And we know that that is a very important element Food security needs to be addressed, since the primary cause of food insecurity is low income. So what we know, when income is constrained or limited, households are forced to make very difficult decisions that can result in a less than adequate supply of food. And to address these issues, residents unfortunately have been relying on emergency food banks. They've been relying on them for a long term, so they're not using them the way that they're supposed to be designed, which was for short-term use. So it really demonstrates the need of the city to have a more comprehensive approach, which I feel should interweave the city's rural and urban economic development initiatives, emergency planning, and public health mandates. And such an approach, in my estimation, I know we might be looking at the future, but it really should involve frameworks to support local agriculture, hyper local initiatives such as community gardens, and as well provide a framework and support for local farmers markets and community-based affordable food initiatives. So I was wondering if you could talk about, if staff would be willing to answer, at least give us some insight on frameworks, especially around local farmers markets. We know that there have been operators who have had challenges with the city and who would want to see every element from food production to distribution really entailed in this plan, and for the plan around food security, not just to be about providing food to low income, but looking at the entire spectrum. So I'm just wondering if you could speak to that.
Maybe I could speak to the vision in terms of moving forward, and Lisa could speak to the findings in the report. But definitely, Councillor, as you're aware, coming out of COVID, and as a result of the issues that COVID has raised, we've seen the real integration between a poverty reduction strategy and food security and the broad food supply chain and network. That has become really evident as we moved into response in the pandemic. And the work, there has been, pre-pandemic, there had been a number of initiatives around food security. That group now has really mobilized too. We've had a food security subgroup and is really looking at a more fulsome and expansive definition of that. And we do see it as fully looking at right from food production to food distribution, but more importantly, want to integrate that with the poverty reduction, and how do we ensure that people don't have access to affordable food for all families in our community, and want to make sure that the barriers that are facing people to have access to affordable food actually do get addressed, both in the poverty reduction and in that food security. So we are seeing it as fairly expansive in terms of the scope, although we will narrow it down to concrete actions that we think we can be taken. And we've seen great progress in some of the discussions around the official plan and the engagement of that as we're looking at it in other areas that affect food production. So we are seeing and are very much in alignment with what you're proposing today.
That's wonderful. I'm glad that it's a more holistic approach. We know the geography of Ottawa contains much agricultural land, and it would be interesting to see if we can have a strategy that is holistic, that's pardon the pun, feeding into what we're attempting to do. But I'm really pleased that what I'm hearing is that we're going to take substantive action. I really think that strengthening and improving neighborhoods requires that substantive action, and successful action can really only be achieved, in my estimation, if the city makes a specific commitment to social equity. I was pleased to work with my colleague, Councillor Kavanagh, on amending a motion to the official plan to really see that integration of social equity. And I know that racial equity and the fight against discrimination and supports for the anti-racism secretariat and anti-racism strategy is being incorporated and being linked to this plan. And I think that that's absolutely important because we need more social equity. We need to ensure that there's just and equitable management of our institutions, and that there's a fair and equitable distribution of public services in that implementation of policy. And I see this plan as being central to that. So I'm really pleased that this is the key imperative. This is the way we're moving forward with a strategy that looks at poverty reduction, food security, social equity, and a plan that seems to be based on social equity so that we can really make our city a more livable and equitable place. So I really thank you for the work that you've done over the last 3 years. I've been very proud to be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fleury.
I'm back on and I have order in my notes now, so I apologize for earlier.
That's no
so my
problem.
reference to my reference to earlier was on page 33, and it links into page 45 of the main document. On page 33, on page 33, we make reference to mental health responses, and specifically under the heading strategy 3.1. I'm unclear about the alternatives, like it doesn't define the alternatives. And then if I go to and keep reading down the report on page 45, the last bullet, I'd like for staff's comment on what the intent is of that last bullet, because, and I can read it here. It says, working with Ottawa communities, identifying training, education, and skills required to increase the ability of the Ottawa Police Service to respond to mental health and addiction crisis in a respectful and safe manner. So I'd love to understand, because to me, it sort of speaks both terms. We're trying to do mental health outside of OPS, but then this re-embeds it into OPS. I'm not sure. Could I get some clarity on that?
So yes, Councillor, I can answer that question, Mr. Chair. The bullet that you're talking about, the working with Ottawa communities to identify training, that is specifically one of the guiding council's short-term outcomes. That's something that they have identified that they would like to achieve. So we wanted you to be aware of what the guiding council had identified. And I think that aligns with what the community safety wellbeing plan is actually proposing as an outcome, which is to look at really trying to reduce the number of calls that police are going to you for a mental health response. So they align in that sense. So that's the clarity, is that the guiding council has identified that as their short-term outcome that they are trying to achieve, specifically tied to mental health response.
I don't want to trip up, but for me, what I heard from Donna before on my first intervention was, we have to redefine the governance table for their guiding council. Your answers tells me this is a direction of their guiding council. So could I get some clarification on that point?
Maybe I can clarify my comment to you, Mr. Chair. The guiding council is the overseeing body for the mental health component of the pillar of the community and safety and wellbeing plan, that has the extensive participation of a broad array of members, and they're setting up that work. They're setting up the terms of reference. And my understanding is the city manager will be reporting back on that structure, the mandate, and the representation. That guiding council, when we look at the governance of the overarching community and safety wellbeing plan, of which it is a pillar, that's what we need to do the first work. How does it fit into that overarching governance, and what is the role of a governing body that's overseeing the entire plan? And I think that's the work we need to take a look at, so that we're not duplicating, we're ensuring it's the right governance structure with the right individuals to guide the work of the plan, and need to have a sense of what that work would look like. Is that clear?
That's clear to me. That is very clear to me. Yeah. So
okay. I apologize.
I will look for a memo from yourself or city manager in those guiding principles and terms of reference when those become available. But back on point, page 45, that last bullet, if someone takes the report, as I did, and reads it, it leaves a different impression. So can that point either be clarified or amended? Like I feel very differently about the way you're answering it today, which I'm fine with, rather than what is written on the in the report.
Lisa, do we lose you? I mean, yeah, we can take that back, Councillor, and if there's clarity and adjustment. I got to admit, I'm having trouble finding the your citation in the report. I guess our numbers of the pages are different or whatever in the printed report that
It's
I have.
on page 45.
Yeah.
If you open it, if you open the ACS 2021 EPS PPD 003, the main report, on page 40, at the bottom of 44, it says the guiding council has the set following as its short-term outcomes. That's how page 44 ends. And then there are 3 bullets.
Working with all communities. Okay.
Yeah, the last bullet is where I'm tripping up, saying, hey, specifically increase the ability for Ottawa Police to respond to mental health and addiction crisis.
Okay.
In the spirit of what we're discussing, it seems not aligned.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, because the outcome that we're trying to do is, and you'll see that later on, and the outcomes is fewer mental well-being crisis situations that are handled by Ottawa Police Service. That's what we're trying to achieve. It's later on. So Lisa, can we take that back and make a small adjustment? And Chair, I'm at your guidance, and if we made that small adjustment, because I know eventually you'll be asking this committee to approve this report, we'd make that adjustment, so you'd be approving with that adjustment, so there's a clarity there.
I think that it is important that the directions are in line with what we're looking to achieve here, and the councillor makes a good point. I see Donna wants to weigh in on this very quickly. Please go ahead.
Just a point of clarification. So I know in the guiding council, part of the work that they're doing is to define when and if police should be, and what their role would be when there is a mental health crisis related to either a violent criminal activity, etc. And I think the intent of that last bullet is to define in which circumstances then they would still continue to have a role in mental health, not I think the interpretation that you're thinking around, the broader mental health. I know it's really getting clarity of when and how and that occurs is the intent of that bullet.
Let's write what you just said. Let's write what you just said. I'm totally fine with what you just said.
When the report comes back, let's make sure that language is as clear as possible. I think that would go a long way.
We'll do that, Chair.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. And I'm not trying to be prickly, but in the spirit of where we're going with council and the discussions we've had, and yeah, there is a role for OPS. Donna, you and I were in a recent meeting with BIAs and the mayor's office talking about, hey, OPS can be part as they get calls to work with agencies. That's exactly, if that's the spirit, then I'm very comfortable. Coming back on so this is page 33. Under the proposed goals, there is a section on housing. And there's a lot of elements that Donna, your team is working on, and I can appreciate we're referencing a bunch of initiatives, but it would be nice to embed some of the actions that we've approved on housing into this report, because if not, it assumes, someone has to take this report, then take the housing report. So I wonder, in the spirit of transparency, if we could extract the key outcomes or the key measures of the 10-year housing and homelessness plan, and rather simply referring it to say, as per sections of which in the housing plan, because I think if not, it leaves it too broad.
I'm wondering, Mr. Chair, if maybe what we could do is make a link to the Housing and Homelessness Implementation Plan or the Housing and Homelessness Plan. If we added a link, if that would satisfy that, so that it's really clear that it is embedded, and that is the intent, Councillor, is to embed those actions and then look at how they integrate with the other plans.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah.
On page 37, access to services, I'm very excited to see the word youth. And, to me, youth, my comment when I was looking for youth, right? Because youth are kind of the fresh breath of how we can support, and they're looking for opportunities. And I feel a bit disappointed we didn't see that the spirit of the youth in the decriminalization and racism section on page 21. But that said, in reference to access to services, I didn't see seniors. And I know, for example, the work at OCH and community partners around aging in place and the success of that and the need for additional funding. I see Lisa nodding, which I'm sure you've heard about. And I wonder if there's an opportunity. I'm not looking to embed my directions, but I would love to see a theme relating to seniors in the access to services, because it is a group that doesn't often show, but there are much vulnerabilities, especially in aging in place. And later on in the committee, we'll get to a long-term care plan. And I think aging in place is kind of the acting en amont, travailler en amont au lieu de travailler dans les listes d'attente. Donc, je me demande si ce serait une des considérations que vous pouvez aussi ajouter à cette section-là, de travailler avec des groupes tels que Aging in Place pour les aînés.
So, Mr. Chair, I can answer that question and just say that the intention amongst all of these is to take apply an intersectional lens. So certainly, while seniors may not have been listed as one of those within that, it's certainly something that we will consider and look at. We recognize that approaches that we take for different groups of people or different parts of the city may necessarily need to be different to recognize the specific needs of those groups. So happy to take that away or as direction to make sure that we look at that, but it's certainly the intent.
That's your time, Councillor, but if you want to sneak in one last question, please go ahead.
You know what, I'll come back on, because I do want to wrap up on the plan. Those were my questions on the report. I'll come back.
Okay, Councillor Kitts, please.
Thank you, Chair. Building off some of my colleagues' questions, I'm very happy to hear that we are moving toward a mental health response team model for mental health 911 calls. I had attended a really informative webinar from Crime Prevention Ottawa regarding the model that's been implemented in Niagara, where a mobile team of paramedics and nurses respond to calls about mental health and substance use issues. And I was listening to it thinking, this is exactly what Ottawa needs. Acknowledging that our municipality is much bigger, I had asked about the timeline for implementation for their program, and they had said it took about a year to launch. So I know that this work, Donna and Tony, you've indicated that this is already underway. This work is being done, but I was wondering if you had a rough guess or an idea on the timeline, because I know in the community's view, we can't move fast enough on this.
Perhaps I'll start, and Donna said it a little earlier. I think we have to allow the guiding council to finish their work, identify the areas. Chair, the councillor's right. That model exists in Oregon. That's where they picked it from, the Niagara model. Toronto, one of the 4 that was discussed, they're using that in one of the strategies. So I think we need to let the guiding council and Donna do that work. To be candid, if that is one of possible multiple solutions that may be found to reduce, because I think it may be helpful in one area, and that's what I talked to our colleagues in Niagara. One area is good, but there's other areas that were discussed today that may need another approach. So it's not one size fits all. For that area, and I've talked to the paramedics, and I understand they're actually, and that's another question on funding earlier. They're actually going to be getting funding from the provincial government to do a pilot. So that's the other strategy too that Donna and her team are going to be looking at. What opportunities are out there? What funding streams can we get? Maybe we want a model, but we can get 100% funding for another model that would be successful. So all I can say is a model like that could be set up fairly rapidly in Ottawa. I don't think it would take a year, because I think it was Councillor Menard that mentioned a lot of this very tactical operational work, strategic work, how we do it, what type of vehicles, where do you get the staff and all that has already been done by partners. So we could use that if that's where we land. So that's the other caveat. So Chair, I think, yeah, it's a model, but let's let these teams do their work. And if that's where they land as one of the solutions, great. And I think we can turn things over quite quickly.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful to get a better understanding. So more generally on the plan, we know that Ottawa Public Health does a lot of work on health equity and social determinants of health in Ottawa. So are you leveraging OPH's expertise in this area? And as we move forward to putting the plan in action, will you be consulting with them to put evaluation frameworks in place?
I'm happy to answer that, and the answer is yes. So we have Ottawa Public Health has been a key partner throughout the development of the plan. And yes, we would tap into their expertise in terms of evaluation as well, as they've been very forthcoming in sharing their thoughts and ideas around how we might be able to do that and to tap into that expertise.
Okay, awesome. That's it for my questions. I'll add my voice to thank yous to Tony. I know we haven't worked together for long, but I join my colleagues in recognizing how much you've done for our city and how lucky we've been to have you at the helm for some of the city's biggest emergencies. So thank you. And my team looks forward to all of your future service requests in retirement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
Thank you very much. Councillor El-Shantieri, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Councillor Kiss, I don't know what you wish for. So the first call is going to be about the power hole somewhere in a rural area or the internet from Tony. But really, we can spend all day talking about Tony's achievement in the city, and we always appreciate the leadership and what he did. Back to our file today, the community safety and well-being. And I know I heard some of my colleagues say, well, why is part of the Police Service Act? So basically, it started way back in the Future in Policing under the previous government. And quite often, the leadership of the police, and they want help. I don't think police enjoy every call to mental health, because not every call requires armed police officers. Some do, but some don't. So the community safety plan and well-being is just to address some of the, and try to bridge between other service agency. And I think ours, the sixth priority Lisa and her team put together, is been the catalyst right now in the province. Now, of course, it's the first step. We have the plan. The next step, hopefully Donna Gray will come back to us with budgeting and what's more important, and this is what we emphasize with Lisa in the past, we would like to see the measurement of the success. We want to see whether you report quarterly or annually. It's not the point. The point is we want to see how we are transitioning and avoid duplication. We all agree some agency can do great job. Doesn't have to be a police officer attending some of the mental health call. But at the same time, we don't have that yet. How are we going to shift it and build it? I think that's what we should all be looking for and supporting our staff with that venture. Again, I don't think we can honestly say enough about the plan, how connected, and Councillor Fleury was talking about youth. Yes, the youth are on page 37. We want to see older adult. Also, we see a women and gender diverse person. I think this plan really covers all the bases we all talk about. Question is now how much support we want to give our staff to, whether budgeting or support, to move forward with it. And I'm looking forward to the next step. And I want to thank Donna Gray because she's not busy enough and she agreed to take on it, because the plan is about social services and mental health. And it's easy for Tony because he's leaving, said, oh yeah, it's a great plan, but Donna Gray will take it from here. So again, thank you both, Tony and Donna, and especially Lisa and your team. And I look forward to continue working as the city representative at AMO for Future in Policing. I can tell you the Assistant Deputy Minister, Sarah Caldwell, she was very impressed with the Ottawa Community Safety Wellbeing Plan. And that's when, we asked her, the ministry at some point, they need to fund those community safety plan. And I hope, we'll wait till Donna come up with her plan and we can have our ask by the mayor and both Chair Luloff and Deans about the need to work together on this plan and to achieve our goal. But again, honestly, I cannot say thank you enough about a great plan we have. something makes you proud when you are at the annual table with other municipality to say this is from Ottawa, and they all, they will all applaud our work. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I hope we all vote for this plan. This is tremendous work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor El-Shatieri, and for your hard work at AMO as well. Councillor Fleury.
Sorry, it's my last time on this report. Okay, so I want to come back to the more general pieces. So I agree with Councillor El-Shatieri. There's been a lot of engagement throughout the very tough year. It's easy now. A number of groups work together. So from Tony's group to Donna's group, and Donna, your group is quite busy with the number of projects. Although I do think there's embedded a number of elements that actually fit very well within your group. I want to maybe come back to Eli's point. That's where I was heading with my questions around measurable outcomes. So when I read the report, there is a requirement to measurement, and one that appears to be a provincial one. What would be our evaluation of this plan going forward? And I recognize our responsibility of council to fund, but there are bigger implications, as many of our colleagues have talked about, senior governments coming in to ensure the plan is successful as well. They're mandating it. We've established it. There's a number of elements that need to be coordinated. So I want to understand clearly what would be the measurements, what would be fair ways to measure its success or its challenges.
I can build on the work because I think the team's done a really good job at doing some base work on performance measurements and indicators. And I think that building on that work, I do see that as one of the priority actions we need to move forward on, because we're not just looking at, as you said, Councillor, we're looking at a number of data sources from a number of areas to help us actually measure the progress of this plan moving over. So there is some complexity in that. We have already started in community and social services doing that work of aligning the outcomes and measurements of what we expect from the province and aligning that with the plans and priorities of council to start to build a measurement framework for the entire department. And I think this is, will be an addition to that. We will need some expertise, as Councillor Dean said, in terms of, creating that overarching framework for a community impact plan, which I think is different than what we've had before in the past. But we will come back with an approach and a framework around how we plan to do that and how we're building on the existing work that the plan's done to date and the future work that we think that we need to do moving forward, including the components that we've started around disaggregate data, which will be a very important piece of this. The work that we've done in the Women and Gender Equity Strategy and the Anti-Racism Secretariat around disaggregate data is another component of that. So it will be complex, but it's definitely our first priority moving out of the gate around the backbone infrastructure we need to define the outcomes and measure the outcomes.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'll make one final comment. Like the COVID reality showed us when governments, senior levels of government do inject strategies, like the CERB is a prime example. When I speak to the food bank and the CERB happened, they saw a significant drop in use. So this plan is anchored in local realities, but with key indicators provincially and federally, with the right level of programs, they can resolve, if not significantly advance, some of these strategies. So I'll leave it at that. I want to thank the entire team. I'm going to look forward, as Councillor El-Shatieri highlighted, the proof will be in the funding pudding as we come along to execute. And I think we're all hyper focused on what's needed in terms of mental health and the strategy there. So we'll look forward to the guiding council and the framework for that committee. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Donna and Tony, for your clear responses this afternoon. So, Mr. Chair, the only thing I'd ask is that what we were talking about, the points that reflect the amendments that were clarified by senior staff here.
Absolutely, and we'll ensure that when this comes back, that those are incorporated, and truly appreciate the guidance on those points. Is this report carried?
Carried.
Thank you, committee. Okay, we're moving on to our third last held item, of which we have a delegation. This is the Ottawa Fire Services 2020 annual report. I'll turn it over to Chief Ayat for some brief opening remarks, and then we'll move on to Doug McLennan, the president of the Ottawa Professional Firefighters Association, to make a delegation today. Please go ahead, Chief.
Thank you, Chair. This report outlines Ottawa Fire Services activities in 2020 and activities planned for 2021. With me today is Acting Fire Chief Paul Hutt, who may say a few words and will be available to answer any questions if available. The Ottawa Fire Services experienced some challenges in 2020, but were able to adapt quickly and continue to display excellence in supporting the city's emergency response and meeting standards and response times. The service was also able to continue the important work of fire safety and prevention by shifting to online outreach, keeping our residents safe and informed. They were also able to continue to review the recruitment process, which is still underway. And I'm proud of all the work that's been done on diversity and ensuring representation of the fire service. Thank you. I'll pass it over to Paul just to say a few words.
Thank you very much, Kim. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of committee. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to our 2020 fire report. As Kim has just mentioned, it does go without saying Ottawa Fire Services did have a number of challenges in 2020, but I am very proud of the members of the fire service, not only the frontline staff, but the support staff that works hard every day, worked hard every day during the pandemic, and I am very proud of them as well. I would just like to take a moment. There's a lot of information in our report today, and I'm always available if there's any questions after today as well to assist members of the council. I did want to just highlight a couple aspects of the report. During the pandemic in 2020, the Ottawa Fire Service, when people think of Ottawa Fire Service, they think of the fires that we respond to, and we have such more activities that we do in our community, and one of those is a hazmat specialized team. And when we started the pandemic, we talked about the decontamination aspect, and our hazmat team went to work, and they worked with local first responders, how we could keep our residents safe, and how can we help as part of this pandemic. And they developed a decontamination practice during the pandemic that was shared not only to first responders, but we're able to help in long-term care residents. So I'm extremely proud. Extremely proud of their events and how I think it's a testimonial as to one city, one team. So just on that note, I'll turn it over to yourself, Mr. Chair, and happy to answer any questions later on.
Thank you very much. Mr. McLennan, please go ahead. Welcome to the committee. Thanks for coming today. I'll turn it over to you for your comments. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair, Council, and Committee. I suspect everybody can hear me. I'm Doug McLennan, President of the Ottawa Professional Firefighters Association. We represent 950 plus members in the fire services, ranging from suppression firefighters to dispatchers, training officers, safety officers, maintenance staff personnel. I attest to what the acting fire chief said. I am one of those hazmat people that helped implement and do those decontamination procedures over the 2020 year. 2020 is definitely an unprecedented time. The past 19 months, our members have been adapting and overcoming in every bound. Tragically, 2020 was a year filled with fatal fires and increased ice water rescue calls, to which are very, very taxing on the fire services to respond to. And when we look at how the staffing models work for the OFS, every day we're given 6 vehicles that are out of service at a minimum staffing level. And I know when I was hired in 2003, our staffing levels were exponentially higher than they are now. Every vehicle was in service at that time. And I think that as we move forward, In order to have an effective response force model for incident scenes, we need to look at having a priority to staffing levels increasing for the fire services. Right now, currently with those 6 apparatus out of service, that works out to being 80 firefighters, full-time employees that could be staffing those trucks. And currently we're running with a overtime model rather than a hiring model. So, and I know I speak specifically to the members that every day they're getting fatigued with working the overtime. They appreciate it, but at some point the staffing levels have to increase for the fire services. I know in the report, the fire services, the annual report, it speaks on the NFPA standards. That's the National Fire Protection Association, specifically 1710, which is the standard for organization and deployment of fire suppression operations, emergency medical operations, special operations to the public by career fire departments. It says 5 minutes and 35 seconds as a response time. The OFS is actually 1 minute off of that, slower than the NFPA standard. So that's something we need to work on together, and staffing levels will help meet that benchmark. As we move forward, I also wanted to speak on the thoughtful consideration that's for the standards that cover, specifically for Station 81 in Stittsville, from a fully volunteer station to a composite station, and knowing effectively that in many years ago, as urban sprawl has gone and population growth has exponentially went higher, that station should have been made a full-time station. It models many other stations in the province that have full-time capabilities at that level of population, especially after the Snowberry fire in 2017. That would have been the call to action to maybe work towards getting to that model. I also know that we look at Station 45, which is a Riddell Road, Canada North, and that station was proposed to be built in 2020. And now because of the pandemic, we're moving towards 2023. And hopefully that will help incorporate some better model for public safety in the Canada region. Due to the work that our fire service members do, we're diagnosed with a higher incidence of psychological injuries, including post-traumatic stress disorder or PTSD. And based on the number of members we have off due to psychological illnesses, they're not returning to work. So I would like to see that even though we're sitting in negotiations to work towards possibly negotiating a psychologist or psychiatrist, or maybe the IFF Center of Excellence, it would be nice to bridge that gap to help our members. On the other last component we'd like to speak on as an association is this upcoming new recruitment process. It's going to require members of the public to apply to the city and have to spend up to $10,000 to meet the minimum requirements of qualifications such as NFPA 1001 level 1 and 2 and NFPA 1072. So with that, it doesn't identify the issues that would be in regards to the Indigenous, gender, and equity implications. And it's our belief that including costing for NFPA certifications and the minimum qualifications would decrease the likelihood that people from the underrepresented groups would be able to apply to become firefighters with the city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Questions to our delegation. Councillor Elson Thierry, please.
Well, first of all, thank you, Doug, for your presentation. And I just want to ask the chief, the acting chief. Obviously, we do have 950 career firefighter, but we also have about 500 volunteers. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, through yourself, Councillor, that is correct. We're classified as actually we're the largest composite fire service in Ontario and in Canada, and that comprises of roughly, I'll just round the numbers up, 500 volunteers as well as 1,000 career full-time members. Yes.
And does the volunteers receive the same training as the career firefighter?
Mr. Chair, through yourself, yes, Councillor, that is correct. It may take a volunteer division to take a little longer extra time because of their primary work commitments. So it may just take longer to achieve certification and training, but our volunteers do have the same training as the career members, yes.
Well, Mr. Chair, I want to applaud Doug and the acting chief working together, helping out, training our volunteer to the point where they feel comfortable working alongside their counterpart, the career firefighter. I don't want to get into the politics of which station should be, and I think that could be part of the management and the association negotiating. We've been hearing about them for quite some time, but I'm pleased to see we're working together, and that's important. Also, if I can make a quick comment, Doug, no one I think around here would like to see Riddell Fire Station rebuilt faster than myself. Would love to see that happen. Unfortunately, there's a manufacturer, and you know as well as I do, other than the pandemic, also the area is going to be developed, and the new fire station is going to serve both the new community who has not been built yet, and the existing community is already exists. But I have to tell you that it's pleasure to hear or to see the membership, whether career or volunteer, are working side by side. Their uniform, you cannot tell the difference, and I'm so proud to say that our city jumped those hoops, and it's no longer, this is a union and this is not. No, this is a fire service we all should be proud of. But I want to say thanks to the leadership, and thanks to you, Doug, for continuing that leadership. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Meehan, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I don't know, I guess this question goes to Mr. Hutt, the acting chief. There was, we touched on the response times, the current response times, and somebody, I can't, if it was McClellan or Chief Ayotte, that we have a slower response time now. Can you just elaborate on that?
Mr. Chair, through you, thank you, good councillor, for the question. I'm going to be using accreditation a couple times, and just so for the committee's understanding, we are commissioned on Fire Accreditation International, so we're one of a handful of Canadian fire services that are accredited to this level of, or this standard. And just to clarify those comments, in our re-accreditation in 2019, we actually changed the call types and methodology of how we're reporting our calls to align with the accreditation or the commission, the CFAI's accreditation. So we are meeting we certainly are meeting the benchmarks and the response times. And if you look at or refer to the table of stats from 2014 to current, you'll actually see a decrease in our response times, which is trending obviously in the right way.
Explain that. There's a decrease. Oh yeah, so we're getting to the fires faster. Okay.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, so that's great. But the city has grown a lot since the last fire station was established. So what do you credit that to then? That you have farther to go to get to a fire, basically, but the response times are coming down. That's great.
Yeah, so just to clarify, and it's been mentioned a couple times today, we have a very unique city, 27,000 kilometers. So we have to, there's a lot of factors that take into play, such as station location, road network, time of day, population density, and also building stock or building stock within a community. So when we look at response times and we look at staffing levels, and if we look at needs for looking at maybe increasing staffing in certain stations, we have to take all these factors into consideration before we make a decision. And that is part of our annual accreditation with CFIA, where we have to provide that data, they review it, and they make recommendations based on that. So yes, we're constantly reviewing staffing, we're constantly reviewing resourcing and deployment models within the Ottawa Fire Service.
Okay. And you mentioned that too many members are off with PTSD. Do you have a number?
Chair, you, Councillor, I don't have a number. That was part of Mr. McClellan's presentation.
We do work very closely with our human resource division, a department with the city. We also have within the Ottawa Fire Service, we have peer support teams. Currently, we have a HR pilot project where if a first responder phones our EAP program, they'll be designated a representative that will focus on first responders. So we're in a pilot project right now. We're also participating in a study with the University of Ottawa, and we also have a wellness and fitness program. And we continue to work on our education program called Road to Mental Wellness or Readiness. And so there are a number of initiatives that we have available to our employees should they need it.
Is it impacting staffing though? Because you say, he said that they're not returning to work. Many are not returning to work.
So every case, I don't have a yes or no answer to that. They're all assessed on a case by case basis, and there's different timeframes if people are coming back to work or if they're not. Or what we do have is a gradual return to work program where they may not come back to their substantive, but we're gradually returning them to work with the end goal or the hopes to return them to their substantive position within the fire service.
Okay. Not affecting staffing though in the stations or response times or anything.
Chair, through you, Councillor, we have a requirement to have a minimum staffing requirement of 161 staff on duty, and we maintain that as part of our collective agreement.
Great. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Thank you very much. Mr. McClellan was raising about the high cost for recruits to be prepared to get into fire services. I think he used a figure of about 10,000. Obviously, that's a problem for in terms of getting diversity and as well as for getting gender equity. Can I have your comments on how those barriers can be eliminated?
Chair, through you, thank you, Councillor, for that question. Just a little bit of background on our recruitment program, if I may first. It was identified as part of our operational audit from the Auditor General to review our recruitment program, and we have since done that. And very similar to police, paramedics, and a lot of the other larger cities within Ontario and in Canada, they require the training and certification up front before you can apply. So we looked at those guiding principles, and I have to tell you, at the top of our mind was the whole aspect of disadvantaged and underrepresented members of our community. And so as part of our recruitment process moving forward, we developed a working group, an outreach working group that is, there's about 20 members that are out into the segments of our community. And we actually are creating a bursary where and if needed. We're actually looking at a bursary program for members that could apply to help augment some of those costs when it comes to that training and certification. And Councillor, if I can just continue as well, the other elements that we are looking at, and we still have a lot to do, and there's no question about it. But some of our outreach programs, which I know a lot of member of council is aware, is our Fire Fit program for females in the fire service. We've actually just entered a program with Scouts Canada, which is really reaching some of the disadvantaged members of our community as well. Not all, but it's still reaching. And we've offered a Fire Ventures program where they're able to enter the fire service and take some training to see if that's even of interest for them to move forward. So we still have a lot of work to do, but I'm very optimistic and happy with some of the progress we're making with our outreach programs. And to answer your question, yeah, we're looking for a bursary to help augment some of that funding cost.
Thank you. Talking about for bursaries, like how many?
there's we currently have some discussions with. I don't have a number for you today, Councillor. We do have a number of community service partners that are interested in having discussions with us as well to help us and assist us with that. And we should have some more information in the very near future when our working group, our outreach program, continues to work on this initiative.
I appreciate. I'm the liaison on women and gender equity, and I see that for new recruits for 2020, and it is an exceptional year. We all get that. So you weren't able to have the camp that usually have. It was 8.33, but for the rural firefighters, it's 23.3. And is that sort of a gateway to becoming a career firefighter, like very typically for women? Is that typically what happens?
Chair, through yourself, Councillor, I think you stole my thunder there. No, there's two different avenues or streams, but what we're finding is our rural division is doing an exceptional job with home-based community recruitment, and we're seeing almost 24% of female firefighters joining the rural division, which actually becomes part of our candidate pool moving forward for our career side. So it's kind of a twofold. It allows them to enter and enter the fire service in their community with people they know, they're comfortable. And again, it allows us to offer opportunities down the road if they're successful as part of a career or a full-time opportunity.
Thank you. You mentioned you're reaching out to the Scouts. What about the Girl Guides?
So actually, the Scouts Canada Venture Program is a co-ed program. And actually, it's a very diverse group. I must point out as well, just to show some of the success we had in 2020, we had 12 members that were part of the Fire Ventures. 12 members that were part of the Fire Ventures program. We just held an open house last week, and we had 130 interested parties at our open house at our training center. So we're very, very excited with that initiative.
Okay, well, keep me in the loop. I appreciate the moving a bit more in the right direction. Thank you.
The Fire Ventures program is certainly excellent. My sisters and I were all Scouts at one point in time, myself for 9 years, and really appreciate all of the lessons in leadership that you learned through that program. So thank you for continuing to support it. Is this report carried?
Carried.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 6, which has been held by Councillor McKenney, the Social Assistance Modernization, Transformation and Integration Update. We have Clara Friere, who is present to answer any questions on this report. Councillor McKenney, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. This report certainly does highlight some of the concerns I had with the earlier report on community safety, and that is that, as a municipality, we are in Ontario, we are made responsible for marginalized communities in a way that really is the responsibility of a provincial government or a federal government, whether that's basic income, housing, so many of the services that need to be delivered at other levels of government are downloaded here in Ontario, especially to municipalities. And so on this report, it just seems to me that, we've got, service standards that the province has set for ODSP, OW, that are already entirely insufficient. We know that clients often can't get in touch with their workers aren't really connected to their communities here in the city, to the community services that could assist, and I'm talking here specifically ODSP, to be able to assist their clients. And we've got inadequate severely inadequate rates of assistance for both OW and ODSP. No guaranteed income, basic income program. You know, this government, this provincial government has eliminated that. So I'm just, I guess, to staff, you know, what do we have to do? What do we, you know, what are we doing to advocate on behalf of our residents who are, you know, the lowest income in our community, on their behalf to the province? I have a hard time just accepting that this is the case. These are the new standards, and things are only going to get worse for people.
Thank you for that question, Councillor, and to you, Mr. Chair. So we as staff would agree, you know, with much of what the councillor has said in terms of the current rates for those who are facing the greatest barriers in our community. What we are pleased about is the approach the province has taken in the process to modernize and transform social assistance, in that they have engaged municipalities essentially at every turn, and there are active planning tables that actually include frontline and supervisory staff. And at each of those tables, we have been advocating as municipalities for staff, for our clients, and essentially have raised the issue of social assistance rates as a resiliency factor or a success factor in any modernization or transformation exercise. And the province has, to their credit, engaged clients as well in this exercise. So across the province, they have engaged 400 clients of both ODSP and OW to obtain their input into the changes. And so there are many positive changes that they're proposing in terms of enabling us as city staff to have more time to do what you're suggesting, Councillor, to really work with people where they're at and wrap around what they need and work more closely and more proactively with our community partners and work within the system we have. Is it ideal? No. Does it meet all of the needs? No. We are going to do our very best to work within that system to help people achieve their greatest outcomes, the outcomes that they're most capable of achieving. And we will continue to lobby and work with the province on the issue of social assistance rates, given that the standard of living in Ottawa and in many cities across the province is out of touch for many people to meet. So we continue to lobby.
I know, and I can appreciate that. And, you know, I won't give the province the due that you are. I'm hearing from people all the time that they're terrified, and they're terrified that they're not going to have the money they need. They're terrified that they're being pushed out of ODSP. They're worried about you know, the workforce adjustment issues that lie ahead, and you know, it is going to be our case managers who will determine eligibility for that. So, I guess what, you know, it's important that we as council, you know, receive regular updates. I want to know what all of the implications are at every step of this transformation. I think that it will be a detrimental one to the most vulnerable in our community. I think it's it's going to set us back again as a municipality. People aren't going to be able to afford basic needs again. So yeah, I would like updates, and I guess maybe one last quick question in terms of any savings that we will realize, because we will, from this new model. They'll be redirected back into social services, nonprofit. Is that the plan? It's not clear in the report.
So I would also like to clarify that the province is not proposing any reduction to any benefits to residents or OW recipients, nor to ODSP recipients. That is not in scope. An increase is not in scope either, to your first question. We are not going to realize any savings through this exercise. We have the understanding from the province that any savings they may realize will be reinvested into the social assistance system. That is what they have told us to this point. And I would just like,
sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say to remind council committee that this is a long-term strategy. Many of the changes that are being proposed will not be fully implemented until well into 2024. And so the co-design process with the province is continuing. And as more information is known, we will update council accordingly. Absolutely.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Fleury, please.
I too, when I read the report, I was like, "Whew, lots of questions, lots of comments." Donna and Clara had given us a heads up that the province was moving on parts. Can you maybe give us a sense of how other municipalities are perceiving the provincial changes? I mean, I assume there is a provincial table on this with municipalities.
Thank you. Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. There are several tables for each of the various elements that have brought together municipal partners from across the province. And there are very productive and meaningful meetings that are being held. And as I mentioned, it is part of a co-design approach that the province has initiated. So other municipalities like us are preparing, are planning, are engaging their staff, are inputting, providing feedback. The province has reached out to us to engage our staff, so they provide questions about the proposed system changes, and our staff have inputted. We have hundreds of staff in our service alone who have inputted into the system, the new proposed changes. And so it's through those exercises that municipalities are I would say, feeling quite heard in this process. Again, there are changes happening within an existing systemic structure, but they are positive changes that we feel will enable us to work more closely with people where they're at and with community partners to wrap around service provision.
Thank you. There is reference in the report referencing new roles we've taken on and others that we didn't. I guess the reference is that we didn't apply for, and I believe one of the application process, which I perceive it almost like a LIN environment, is the social services manager piece. And I wonder if you could comment on that piece of the report, because is it a willing choice, and if so, why is it? What's the strategy?
Thank you for that question. The service system manager reference is part of employment services transformation. So as social assistance is transforming, so is the provincial approach providing employment services to any resident of Ontario. And they are moving to a regional manager structure. So as we contemplated our Employment Ontario service, which we feel is very successful, and that fits very importantly in our poverty reduction mandate, essentially, that we have an Ontario Works system that we are implementing, or services that we're providing. And at the same time, we can leverage our Employment Ontario services to create a holistic support service to the people who come to us for help. When we contemplated becoming the regional employment services manager, it didn't fit within our mandate to work with the City of Ottawa residents to provide the greatest service delivery possible. And so we determined that our best ability to leverage employment services for residents is as an Employment Ontario service provider. And so we hope to retain that role. I expect to retain that role.
Okay. I'm looking at figure 1 with the current state and the future state, and I guess I'll take it offline because to me there's a number of questions, but just for sake of record here, so we are obliged to do these changes. What are the differences or risks for residents who benefit from ODSP, Ontario Works programs at this point?
In terms of risks, we don't foresee any risks for residents. We are managing service delivery changes, and as any system changes, the risk is a service risk in terms of perhaps a delay in service because the system is changing. And so we're monitoring that very closely, and we are triaging that at a local level. So our clients locally, we are supporting them and wrapping around and providing what they need, even throughout the modification to service that's happening right now. In terms of overarching risks to residents, we don't see any overarching risks other than perhaps adjusting to more digital service offerings. But for people who have digital barriers or barriers to web-based services, they will still be able to apply through our local office, 311, phoning us, coming to our local office. So there will be mitigation strategies for any eventuality.
Two funding questions. So there are programs that are cost shared that are sort of uplifted or centralized out of the provincial. So how come those aren't savings for us? If our portion of the cost shared, why would we continue on if we have limited authority?
Thank you, Councillor, through you, Mr. Chair. If I understand the question correctly, we in our Ontario Works budget share a 50-50 cost. We have a 50-50 cost share arrangement with the province for a portion of our budget. The province will, right, if the province affects their 100% portions of our budget, those will be the portions affected. In proportion, our 50-50 share may reduce, but that is our obligation, is our 50-50 share. So it's not a net savings to the city. Does that make sense?
I just want to understand that. So we used to do it decentralizing municipalities. Now the province is re-centralizing, but they're benefiting from our costs. So it's like if we're paying into a provincial program with city dollars, is it not?
I would say no. We will continue to pay a 50-50 cost share as mandated by the province and the funding arrangement.
Okay. Now, on the employment and social services, specifically the financial assistance, so we're no longer determining the eligibility, but yet that's a 100% city funding for housing benefits and essential health and social support. So that's an interesting one. It's a city funded 100%, but we're not meeting the eligibility. Can you maybe explain that piece?
Thank you, Councillor. And I think you are getting to the heart of this change is very complex and difficult to understand sometimes even for staff. So the province is affecting the services that they're responsible to fund. So the Ontario Works benefits. Local benefits, our housing benefits that are 100% municipally funded, our EHSS benefits that are 100% municipally funded, we will continue to administer those. So we will continue to have an eligibility and intake function for a portion of our programming.
C'est compliqué. Je vais te demander, on se rencontrera là, parce que moi, j'essaie de comprendre ça. Puis évidemment, il y a des gros impacts pour les gens à faible revenu, les locataires de logements communautaires. Je comprends la modernisation, la centralisation, les centres d'appel. Ça fait partie d'un gouvernement actif puis modernisé. Ça, j'ai pas de problème. Mais tout le reste, là, il y a des qui subventionne. Nous, on a moins d'autorité. Il y a certaines choses, c'est des programmes de la ville. OK, là, il faut vraiment faire attention parce qu'à un moment donné, moi, comme élu local, on veut aider les gens à faible revenu, mais ce n'est pas à nous autres, si la province, elle, gère le programme, ce n'est pas à nous autres à donner les fonds à la province pour qu'elle gère un programme. Là, comme on va commencer à vous spéter si tel est le cas. Donc, j'ai demandé quelques questions. Il y a encore, je ne suis pas très clair, j'apprécie tes réponses, je sais que c'est compliqué, mais je vais te demander si on peut se rencontrer sur le sujet. Puis, Monsieur le Président, je vous remercie d'avoir alloué la réflexion, là, parce que je pense que c'est un sujet qui est très compliqué et qu'il y a des risques pour nous.
Non, je suis complètement d'accord avec vos commentaires, conseiller, absolument. Je comprends. Any further questions to staff on this report, which is to be received by council? Is the report carried?
I'm not carrying this, but if it's received, if it's carried, I dissent.
It's carried. It's carried so that it can go to council to be received by council. You may dissent if you'd wish.
I will dissent. I will dissent.
Okay, Councillor McKinney, would you like to register dissent also on the report? Sorry, I don't mean to catch you off guard. Just give me a wave, anybody who else would like to register dissent on this. Okay, thank you. As we head into our final item, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the exceptional hard work and commitment of the city's long-term care team in delivering quality, compassionate, safe care and services to the residents they serve throughout the pandemic. As we know, providing care to the most vulnerable members of our community is critically important. Each person in long-term care, whether delivering frontline services or in a supportive role, contributes each day to the quality of life of residents. They build trusting, caring, supportive relationships with residents and their families. The impact of the pandemic on the long-term care sector has been immeasurable. Throughout it all, the sacrifices, courage, leadership, adaptability, and strength of the city's long-term care team have been on full display. The contributions of this team toward the health, safety, and well-being of residents has never been more significant or more visible. The pandemic has reinforced the importance of the work and highlights the risks that frontline workers take every day in caring for residents. As a member of the Long-Term Care Advisory Committee, I've witnessed the deep compassion and commitment of the city's long-term care team, despite the unprecedented adversities of the pandemic, and heard directly from some of our residents as well throughout that process as members of this team. So I'd like to thank the team for their commitment to improving each resident's quality of life and helping them to live with independence, dignity, and respect. So thank you. So this is on the long-term care services strategic plan. The report recommendation is that we approve the long-term care's 5-year strategic direction, which includes a renewed mission, vision, values, and strategic priorities as described in the report. Direct the Director of Long-Term Care to include $100,000 in the 2022 long-term care budget for the development of a customized person-centered care model as described in the report, and to direct the Director of Long-Term Care to report back to this committee and council on the implementation plan and approach once confirmation of the long-term care provincial budget revenues have been confirmed in the 2022-2023 budget. So we have a PowerPoint presentation. We've got Dean Lett to give the presentation, and Jacqueline Roy will assist with any questions en français. We also have one piece of correspondence which has been distributed on this item, and we do have 3 delegations registered to date: Marcella Seropian, Carol Holmes-Kerr, and Gwyneth Gowanlock. So I just remind members of the committee, if they do have questions to staff, just to hold off on raising their hands until we get through our delegations. Alors, Dean et Jacqueline, à vous la parole.
Thank you very much, Chair Luloff. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for providing us the opportunity today to review our 5-year strategic plan and a proposed framework to implement a dementia care strategy focused on a person-centered care approach. I'd also like to thank the committee members that met with us in advance of today's meeting to provide us the opportunity to provide additional information in relation to our strategic plan and the direction we're proposing to committee today. Today, we'll be providing an overview of the process undertaken in the development of our strategic plan. As Councillor Luloff has indicated, or Chair Luloff has indicated, we're here today to seek approval of the recommendations within our report presented to committee. Next slide, please. Next slide. So in the spring of this year, we engaged with a consulting firm to work on developing a 5-year strategic plan for long-term care with a focus on our dementia care strategy framework. The process began with an environmental scan, which included extensive stakeholder engagement, consisting of one-on-one interviews, surveys, focus groups, with over 250 internal and external connections. We consulted with residents, family councils, staff, sector leaders and partners, volunteers, advocacy groups, and city representatives. Participants were asked about our long-term care areas of strength, trends and priorities within long-term care, and areas of opportunity to focus on in the next 5 years. The environmental scan also included a review of documentation, reports, resident council and family council meeting minutes, previous survey results, specifically the resident and family satisfaction survey and our accreditation survey. We established an advisory committee comprised of a diverse group who provided their feedback and guidance throughout the process. Councillor Luloff represented council and committee on the advisory committee, and we thank him for his valuable contribution, his knowledge of long-term care, and his compassion for long-term care residents. Next slide, please. So this slide highlights the common themes that emerge from our stakeholder engagement. And not surprising, I'm sure, to committee is the requirement to increase staffing levels in long-term care. So all stakeholders would like to see staff have more time to build relationships with care for residents. Inclusion of residents, families more in the care and decision-making within the homes. Make decision-making closer to residents. Stakeholders agreed unanimously that long-term care homes should be more home-like and less institutional looking. And you will hear later on in our presentation today, some of the initiatives that we've undertaken in our homes to move forward in this area. Residents would like to have more input in the activities of their daily living. Stakeholders would like to move away from traditional clinical task-driven environment, giving residents more flexibility with things like waking times, meal times, and bathing times in the home. We heard a need to enhance learning opportunities and training for our staff, specifically in the area of dementia care and how to better support residents. The empowerment of our staff more in the decision-making process. Stakeholders suggested that we become leaders in long-term care, be adaptable to the changing needs of our community, and sharing our learnings within our sector. Supporting a partnership between residents, staff, families, volunteers, and partners in promoting continuous quality improvement. Next slide, please. I wanted to take a moment and just acknowledge the positive feedback that we received from our engagement sessions. We provide quality care and services to residents. Our teams are caring and committed to resident well-being. Our homes are clean and well-maintained. We are providing timely, clear, and informative communications to ensure people are kept well informed. Our staff have built positive, trusting relationships with families and residents. And stakeholders were very pleased with our response to the pandemic and the actions that we took in the protection of everyone's health and safety. We're creating stimulating environments through our recreation teams, and we continue to work with residents and families to identify innovative, engaging activities in the home. The resident satisfaction survey results for 2020, despite being in the middle of a pandemic, residents and families gave us an overall rating of 92% as a place to live in the city homes. 94% of residents and families would recommend our home to their family and friends. Next slide. Oh, sorry. it's wonderful to actually see our staff being recognized. And I thank Councillor Luloff again for your very kind words. Our staff have been through a very difficult time over the last 20 months, and we really appreciate the acknowledgement from the committee. Despite the positive feedback received, we know there are opportunities for transformation in our long-term care homes, and the continued shift away from a medical model of care to a holistic approach to our care and services for all residents, those with and those without dementia living in our homes. Next slide, please. The themes that we shared with you were prioritized and integrated in the development of the long-term care services 5-year direction. Next slide, please. We are very pleased to share with you today the renewed mission, vision, and values and strategic goals for long-term care. Our vision is enriching lives every day, and our mission is together in care and together in life. We feel these concepts and principles are very visionary and chart the path for the future of our long-term care homes. We have divided these into 4 priority areas, the first being enriching residents' lives. So promoting autonomous decision-making, allowing residents to live their best life and recognizing their capabilities and diversity. Enriching our staff, building growth opportunities and support for staff, increase empowerment and job satisfaction, supporting personal development and succession planning. In terms of enriching our partnership, sharing our knowledge and building partnerships in the spirit of continuous quality improvement and innovation, and enriching tools, enabling technology to support our strategic direction, and ensuring staff have the tools and resources to be successful. By improving services to vulnerable residents of long-term care, this plan contributes to the thriving communities priority of the 2019-2022 strategic priorities of Council. The plan builds on some of the key priorities of the Community and Protective Services strategic plan by enhancing a learning and development culture, empowering people to provide responsive services, using data to drive decision-making, and furthering equity and inclusion. And we feel strongly that all stakeholders are identified and engaged in our strategic direction, and we're excited about bringing these goals and actions into our everyday practice. Next slide, please. The long-term care strategic direction and the feedback from stakeholders emphasizes the need for a person-centered care approach within the city homes. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome Sheila Bauer, the administrator of the Gary J. Armstrong home, who will share some of the background research we completed, learnings and best practices relating to innovative dementia care models. Sheila is the co-chair of the Champlain Dementia Network and a member of the working group on person-centered care transformation of the Champlain Dementia Network. Welcome, Sheila.
Okay, thank you, Dean. So if we can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so one of the key steps in the development of our strategic plan was the review of customized or established person-centered care models. So you may have heard of Meaningful Care Matters or the Butterfly Model, Eden Alternative. There are numerous models available. And we looked at those models. We also spoke to select organizations related that had implemented the models, and we talked to them about that process. And we also benefited from the work, Dean highlighted the work groups, but the work group of the Transforming Long-Term Care, they done a thorough analysis of models. So we benefited from that as well. So looking at that, we identified commonalities among the models, which I'll just highlight very briefly because the next slide will provide a bit more detail, but they are important. So shifting decision-making closer to the residents. So a strong resident voice, collaboration with families, collaboration with residents, more of a partnership. Focusing on relationship building so that there's a relationship between care provider, care receiver, and sort of a different focus. Creating very much moving from an institutional type of setting to a home-like environment. So if you think of your own home and then you think of a long-term care home, they really don't look the same. So I'll talk about that in a little bit, but changing the environment is a significant piece as well. focusing on bringing choice, autonomy, and purpose to residents. So I think for those of us who've been working in long-term care or are familiar with it, boredom can cause a lot of issues in long-term care. So providing purposeful activities, meaningful activities, but also choice, individual choice, and being respectful of that resident individual voice. And consistent staffing and better partnerships among all stakeholders. We are fortunate at the city, and this is acknowledged publicly many times, that we do have fairly consistent staffing compared to many long-term care homes. And that does help in the provision of care, particularly when it's very intimate care. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so in taking a look at these dimensions, we've identified 8 dimensions, and how they were identified is again through our strategic planning process. We had numerous consultation and feedback from stakeholders related to what the priorities were and what they felt the essential criteria or dimensions were in a person-centered care approach. We took that information, looked at it through a resident and family lens, but also through a staff and organizational lens, because it's a team sort of lens and approach. So looking at the first area of meaningful. So wanting to ensure that there's purposeful, meaningful activities and interventions. So that requires what's important for that particular person. So you get to know the person, but also providing meaningful opportunities for staff, but really focused on that sense of purpose and well-being. Flexible or flexibility, extremely important on a number of dimensions. So again, providing residents with choice, allowing people to be free to be who they are, cultural diversity, etc., and allowing differences between homes. So we have 4 long-term care homes at the City of Ottawa, and the culture is a bit different in each home. So we want to be able to take our approach and customize it to the particular home and staff mix as well. Home-like environment. So just to stress this one a bit, when you think of, as I said a few minutes ago, when you think of a long-term care home, you see sometimes it looks like a hospital. Long corridors, large dining rooms, and this is not really reflective of what we would call a typical home-like environment. So how do you change that, make it warmer, make it more familiar, create a better sense of security, but also be able to deliver the care and services that you do need to provide. So really want to take a look at that home environment and co-design how that might change and look different, so that it does reflect more of a home. Culture change, significant culture change to move from what I would determine to be called very task-oriented care. You've got this, a bath to do, you've got people who need nutrition support, very task-oriented, to sort of person or resident directed. That is significant culture change for long-term care. And so it requires attention, it requires change management theory, and it will be a significant focus for us in going forward. Inclusiveness. So again, wanting to ensure people are, families, our community are included, because we do feel strongly that long-term care homes exist in communities. We're not, separate entities, and that's very much one of the themes that came out in the strategic planning, that we are part of a community and then part of a city, but that all residents and families are invited to be part of co-design, and that people's individuality is respected. Continuous improvement. Now, I think just wanting to stress here that people move into long-term care, into their new home, in large part because their care needs can no longer be met in the community. Sometimes it's related to caregiver exhaustion, but for many different reasons. But care needs generally can no longer be met in the community. They have multiple comorbidities. They are not well. They may have behavioral psychological symptoms associated with dementia. There may be numerous reasons. But so there's a clinical component that we cannot lose sight of. So we want to ensure that we stay aligned with best practices and that we continue to evolve and improve. And also acknowledging that culture change is not linear. It's not you start here and then 6 months from now you check off the box. It is an evolution, and it requires nurturing to support and ensure that we stay true to the principles of person-centered care. And I guess the only other comment I would make is quality of life is sort of the ultimate goal that we're trying to achieve. People want to experience joy, they want safety, they want love, but quality of care is just one component of quality of life. And that was highlighted throughout the pandemic. Continuity, we are fortunate that because we have a fairly stable workforce in our long-term care homes at this point in time, you can provide that continuity of person and continuity of care. It's very difficult, particularly for people with dementia, to have a new staff member every day. You don't recognize their face, their voice, and they don't know you. It's so that the continuity of care in person is very important in person-centered care. And resourcing. So Dean highlighted earlier these models of care, of person-centered care, do require an increase, enhanced staffing of some sort, and it does vary in approach, but there is an increase in staffing required for this. Now we do know the 4 hours of care from the government may be coming in it is coming in the future. When exactly, we don't have all the details, but that is a piece of it. Next slide, please. So we just wanted to give you a little bit of sense, although we're asking, we have some recommendations for you today, and we're asking for support for the direction that we're taking. We are still doing things in our homes to try to move a person-centered care forward with different initiatives. So there were, I think, a number highlighted in the report for gentle, persuasive approach, pieces, education, but we also use the Montessori dementiability, where we create activities that support where the resident is at and allows that resident to feel success. I've mastered something, I've done something, and so that's very important. We've got a replica of a bus stop in I think 2 homes. Many people, that's their life. Every day they get up and they go to the bus stop. So creating that normal environment, that home-like environment, and the beauty of color and murals, creating nature, creating warmth, creating opportunities for people to interact, have a conversation. So we are moving forward with those types of things in our home. Okay, at this point, it'll be the next slide, and I'll hand it over to Dean to do a summary and the recommendations. Thank you.
You're on mute, Dean. Dean, you're on mute, buddy.
Thank you very much. Sorry about that. In exploring the different models that exist, a consideration was given to building on the expertise within our homes today and adopting a flexible approach that would incorporate the principles of person-centered care and transformative change. We're looking at flexible models. It allows us the ability to adapt to the changing demographics within our home, and it doesn't restrict us to one specific model in how we provide the care and support. I do want to highlight that there's a lot of diversity in our homes today, and I want to point out that at Centre Cal de Champlain, our Francophone home, the menu is different in that home, and our activities are different in the home. Even our religious practices vary in that particular home, and each home has a uniqueness to it. And by taking the approach that we're talking about around customizing, it gives us that flexibility to adapt to the changing needs of our residents. training, developing growth opportunities for staff. It also allows us to adapt training that's conducive to the environment that our staff are working in today. And it allows us to customize that training and to adapt the training as we go along, as we learn through the implementation of a person-centered care approach. The other component, and I spoke to this at our February meeting, is equitability for all residents in the homes across the neighborhoods versus a specific area. Some of the models that we looked at, indicated a specific area of a home versus all residents that were able to participate in a person-centered approach to benefit from that. And the other component in the benefits of a customized approach is for us to develop an evaluation framework. We've been in discussions with the University of Ottawa around developing an evaluation program for the person-centered care approach, but also to be looking at opportunities to do research with the university as we implement the person-centered care approach, that we could then share those learnings and best practices with other long-term care operators in our region and potentially within our province. The customized or hybrid approach that we're talking about is the similar direction that the City of Toronto is taking. City of Toronto engaged with Dr. Pat Armstrong to do research. And through that research, the City of Toronto came back with a recommendation to take a customized approach to how they deliver their care and services to residents. We heard Sheila talk briefly about the person-centered transformation work group in our community. And this group is also endorsing that we go with a customized, or that the sector goes with a customized approach to how you deliver care and services. And also the Center for Learning and Research and Innovation is also endorsing an approach that's more customized, more flexible in how you adapt to meeting the needs of residents in long-term care. Next slide, please. So as Chair Luloff indicated, today we're here looking for approval from the Community and Protective Service Committee to move forward on our 5-year strategic plan. Our plan includes a financial commitment in our 2022 budget of $100,000 to support the development of the customized person-centered care model in 2022, and to move forward with implementing a pilot in our homes in 2023. The plan will include leading practices from all the models that we researched. We would like to also highlight the timeframe requests support our plan to provide us with the opportunity to co-design with stakeholders and build a robust evaluation framework to measure outcomes. It provides us an opportunity to continue our engagement with staff around the discussion of a culture change within our homes. It also provides us the opportunity to move forward on priorities that had to be set aside while we were dealing with the pandemic. We're scheduled for Accreditation Canada survey in January of 2022, and we have some other information technology projects that we need to complete in 2022. We anticipate also in 2022 that there will be changes in legislation relating to long-term care as a result of the Long-Term Care Commission, the Ontario Auditor General Report, and the Minister of Long-Term Care's sector engagement. We would like to have the opportunity to come back to Committee and Council with an implementation plan of a person-centered care approach beginning in 2023. This would allow us the opportunity to receive the information from the province and the commitment to the 4 hours of care, and allow us to adapt and customize the scheduling and our service delivery model through that process. On behalf of the long-term care team, I would like to again thank the members of the Community Protective Service Committee for your time today, for the opportunity to present our strategic plan and our recommendation to move forward on a person-centered, customized approach in the delivery of care and services to the residents living in our long-term care homes. At this time, I would welcome questions from the committee members.
Thank you very much, Dean and Sheila. Very much appreciate your hard work on this. We have 3 delegations registered to speak. Our first delegation is Marcella Soropian. Please go ahead. And welcome. Marcella, you'll have to just unmute yourself.
Sorry. Okay. Okay.
We gotcha.
Okay. On behalf of our group, Mind the Gap, I wish to thank Councillor Teresa Kavanagh and Catherine McKenna for this very thorough and well-prepared report, and hope that it will provide a framework for addressing the necessary changes in the municipal long-term care facilities. We endorse and we support completely this initiative. Thank you very much, and I will pass it on to my next person, to Carol, please.
Okay, Carol Holmes-Kerr, you are up. Go ahead. Thank you for joining us today, and welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It's been a long day. Thank you for the opportunity to tell you a little bit about our group, Mind the Gap. I know that Sheila knows who we are. We're old friends, but I think most people that are here don't. We're a group of 8 women who were or are caregivers of loved ones with dementia. The husband of one of our members continues to live in long-term care. 9 years ago, 5 of us met at a wife support group via the Dementia Society. Since then, another member joined us from Cornwall. She actually just walked into my house, as well as 2 others from Renfrew County. In our support group, we kept hearing from caregivers about mixed messages people were getting from the local Community Care Access Center, or CCAC, when seeking home care and other services in the community. Finally, Marcella decided that something needed to be done. So she called her MPP, and he arranged a meeting with our representatives from CCAC. From there, we went on to meet with several members of our provincial and federal governments, and with CEOs of organizations and institutions that provide services to people living with dementia. We received no funding. We have no website or business cards. We're completely independent, but we continue our mission to advocate for positive changes in whatever capacity we can. We've been asked to participate as caregiver advisors on many committees and projects. Although we sometimes think we are past our due date, we keep ourselves informed about what's happening and strive to be the voice of people living with dementia and their caregivers. Although some of us have been professionals in healthcare and social work, in Mind the Gap, we speak as caregivers. What we bring to the table are our lived experiences. We bring a human face to discussions and issues. How often we asked ourselves when we were in the trenches, why is this happening to us? Our work with Mind the Gap gives meaning to what we lived. Finally, when we could no longer care for our loved ones at home, we had to make the agonizing decision to place them in long-term care. We tried to choose well and visited as often as possible to monitor and help with their care. During that time, before they passed away, we could see what was working and what wasn't. You'll hear more about that when Gwyneth shares her personal experiences next. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe we have a third member of the group. We've got Gwyneth Gowanlock. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and councillors. Over the years, a period of years, I was caregiver for my husband with dementia and have been part of the advocacy group nearly from the beginning, Mind the Gap. In the final years of my husband's life, he was by necessity placed in long-term care as he needed 24-hour, 7-day-a-week care, and I could no longer provide it. Our experience was relatively good in a rural long-term care home, but there were areas that needed to have been improved. Almost all homes in the province, or country for that matter, have been built on an institutional model and operated on a medical model of care. Recently, as some of you might know, nationally known journalist Andrew Picard wrote a book called Neglected No More about older persons and long-term care. He cited the origins of Canada's long-term care system being the Elizabethan Poor Laws and the English penal system. The current model of long-term care in Canada needs to change, and lots of people know that, though we recognize the city homes are among the better ones. What the city staff have prepared in this report is comprehensive, well-researched, well thought out, and realistic. I applaud, and we applaud from Mind the Gap, the recommendations for a transformational approach to the city-operated long-term care homes to transform these to a person-centered, emotionally based model in a more home-like setting would be fabulous. There is a consensus among advocates, scholars, practitioners, and family members that this sort of new model is just what is needed. Our loved ones deserve nothing less. As 75% of older adults in long-term care have dementia, this new approach is particularly important. And since there is no cure for dementia, our goal as a society needs to be to relieve the suffering of persons living with dementia, give them the best care possible, as well as help improve their quality of life as much as we can for the time they have remaining. I hope that the recommendations of this report go forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions of our delegations. We'll treat our delegations as a panel if it pleases the committee. Councillor Kavanagh, please.
Well, thank you very much to the entire Mind the Gap team. I just have to correct Marcella that Catherine and I didn't write the report. We'd love to take credit for these kinds of things, but no, it's a staff report that Dean Lett wrote with Sheila and team. But we did, and Catherine put forward a motion that got it going, and I supported it. So thank you for that. And I don't think we'd be here if it wasn't for you, for your advocacy and your personal stories, and what you saw as needed. Of course, we'd like to see this across the whole system of long-term care, and we're hoping that will happen eventually. But and this is a baby step, and we'll ask questions about it. This is not a huge step, and but it's in the right direction. And we appreciate your advocacy and all these years that you've put into it. So I guess I don't really have a question. It's more just a thank you for helping us get here.
Do we have any further questions of our delegation? Thank you, all three of you, for coming out today. We truly, truly appreciate your input on this plan. Thank you so much. And thank you for sitting through a very long meeting, as you pointed out. Had we thought of it earlier, I think we probably would have dealt with this first, so you didn't have to stick around. So my apologies for that. And thank you very much for coming. We truly, truly appreciate your engagement on this. Moving to, no problem. Really, really do appreciate your input. And moving on to questions to staff on this item. Councillor McKenney, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. It has been a long day, and I have been looking forward to this discussion. I do want to sincerely thank Dean and Sheila for your work on this. I know that there was a lot going on, especially in long-term care over the last 19 months. So it is very much recognized that, this was done on top of what was a very stressful and intense time for long-term care. I just want to also, Chair, if I can, just express my gratitude to advocates who have been pushing us in this direction, folks from CARP, and of course, Mind the Gap, Carol, Marcella, and Gwyneth today, and many, many others who, who have lived through and have lived experience of, a family member, a friend, a loved one with dementia. I've been thinking about long-term care and new models of care and, kind of emotion-based care, person-centered care for a long time now. And in everything I've read, and certainly, you know, in the approach that Sheila outlined, it certainly touched upon much of the research that is out there, much of the writings that is out there. But the one thing that always stuck with me in everything I read was this, that people with dementia, while they will lose much of their memory, sometimes all of their memory, continue to have emotions and continue to feel what they've always felt. And that always stuck with me. I think that's kind of what drives people who understand long-term care and the needs of residents to just keep going, because to think about somebody who's trapped in their body and doesn't remember, but still has all of those same feelings, really is why this work is done, and why we have people like Dean and Sheila and others who you know, who work in long-term care. Just a couple of questions, and I apologize, Dean, because I know we tried to meet all day yesterday and a few days ago, and it's just been one committee after another. So these are things I probably should have and would have asked you in a briefing, but I apologize in advance for that. But they're quick questions. Just in terms of the focus on dementia, I think it's about 75% of people in long-term care today overall suffer from some form of dementia. But what are we doing, and how does the approach that you're considering ensure that we're also taking care of that other 25%? How do they fit into that?
Mr. Chair, to Councillor McKenney, the approach that we're taking is really looking at the individuals and how we develop the mechanisms to support them in their care and services. You know, we have residents that are living with us today because they are no longer able to live in the community. They, you know, you're right, 75% of our residents have some form of dementia, which means 25%, you know, are here for other reasons living in the home. So our programming that we develop is individualized. Some of our programs, we would bring residents together with similar interests and similar cognitive abilities to participate in those types of activities. So our recreation team is well aware of people's capabilities, and we do the same principles apply even when we're looking at how the dining room is set up, so that residents that can communicate together, that have common interests, we look for those opportunities in how we develop the programming specific to those individuals. Some of our residents as well are capable of going out into the community, and then our team would also support them to be able to go into the community to participate in potentially activities or programs that are available in the community. So really it comes down to an individualized approach, and that's where it's you know, really key in what we talked about earlier, is providing residents the choices. So allowing residents to decide when they want to do certain things, what things they like to do, and you know, typically in long-term care, it's very much been task orientated, where our staff will say, okay, with bath time is at this time and meal time is at this time. And so we put a structure around the activities of daily living for residents. And really the approach that we're looking to take is to remove that and to allow residents the, you know, freedom to make choices. You know, hopefully, you know, not going to see injuries to residents as a result of that, but giving people the ability to live independently and to live with some risks as well in terms of how they live within the home. I hope I've answered your question.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's important to remember, you know, in striving for something better, sometimes we need excellence, right? Where we don't have that now, right? Like I think that kind of that model of care that is personalized, but recognizing that it won't be perfect is fine. Quick question also on the teacher training approach that you reference in the report. It's just unclear who the initial trainers would be, or is that part of the plan that we'll get back?
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, to Councillor McKenney, that would be part of the process. So we're looking to bring in a resource to help us develop the training materials. That individual would also help us to train trainers. And we would do, but in 2022, we would have that opportunity to develop the curriculum, but then also to do some piloting and testing of the training and get feedback from not only people that are receiving it, but also looking at opportunities to engage staff in training their coworkers in the culture change that we're looking at moving forward. We've used this model in the past successfully, and I think it's also a learning opportunity for our staff to be able to provide them the opportunity to be trainers and to help with training their not only the existing employees, but as new employees come in to welcome those individuals and to provide that training. And I think people learn better from their colleagues than necessarily from somebody outside the organization. So we feel strongly that the train the trainer model is where we're going to start with this program.
Okay, thank you. Just in closing, I support the report today. I support the recommendations. I would, obviously always want to move a little faster and would have certainly accepted an off-the-shelf approach, the meaningful care matters or the Eden alternative. I believe that they have shown to work, but this is going to be a customized, person-centered, emotion-based care approach, and it's going to take a little bit longer, but I do believe that that up until now, just the change between in the last 6 to 8 months in terms of what we're hearing, and the feedback that you've had and the approach that Sheila outlined. I really do believe that we're going to get there, and I very much look forward to it. So again, thank you, and thank you to everyone involved. It's very much appreciated.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much. I truly appreciate it. Up next, we have Councillor Kavanagh, and I'm going to leave the chair for 2 minutes. It's been a long day and the vice chair is not here and I need to use the washroom. So I'm going to hand the chair off to Councillor Kitts for a couple of moments. I'll be right back.
You're
Go ahead,
excused.
Councillor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We did have a chance finally at the end of yesterday to chat a little bit, but I'd like to sort of just reiterate some of the things I was curious about. 100,000 doesn't sound like a lot of money, especially in a business like long-term care. And I realize it's a pilot project, but I just wanted to get a breakdown of how that is spent and where is it being spent. I believe is it Gary Armstrong is going to be the where it's going to start for the pilot?
So I'm going to go Mrs. Chair to Councillor Kavanagh. The $100,000 will be used to bring in an additional resource for long-term care, and that individual will work with the stakeholders within the home to look at how we adapt to the models and taking the best practices and building that into the training materials. So while it may not seem like a lot of money, we anticipate the resource being available to us for approximately 6 months, and that will give us time to be able to go through and develop the curriculum. It also provides us the opportunity to look at the funding that will come from the province as we move towards the 4 hours of care. We're very excited that the province has made this commitment and is going to build it into legislation to the 4 hours of care. So this provides us the opportunity in 2022 to look at building the materials, doing that robust evaluation, as I mentioned earlier, and helping us to make sure that we're setting ourselves up for success as we go into 2023. So while it may not seem like a lot of money, we do feel that that's the amount required to move forward with developing the program and being ready to implement in a home in 2023.
Great. One of the concerns with COVID, et cetera, has been staff shortages. Do you anticipate any problems along that line?
So Councillor Kavanagh, we've been very successful, as Sheila alleviated to earlier in the presentation. We have not seen challenges across the board in positions. I will be very open here in saying that RNs, registered nurses, not only within our region, provincially, nationally, there is a demand for registered nurses. We're taking that into consideration when we look at our service delivery models. So when we have the confirmation of funding, we'll be working with our management teams, with our staff, with our residents and families, and how we move forward with our service delivery model to ensure that we're meeting the needs of the residents. The safety remains at the forefront of what we do, but we will be taking a really deep dive at our service delivery model as we move forward towards the 4 hours of care.
Okay, thank you. So according to it, that this is starting in 2023. What's
yes,
go ahead.
Yes, that's what we would be looking to do. Is in 2023 we would implement a pilot in one of our homes.
Okay, but have you chosen the home yet?
We've had discussions about Gary J. Armstrong. As you heard in Sheila's part of the presentation, she's very compassionate about person-centered care and about how we support the residents living in our homes. And we purposely have been looking at Gary J. Armstrong because of the leadership that Sheila brings around dementia care.
Okay, well, it's already a very good place, and as I know from residents who I know there. Thank you very much. And thank you for all the work. This is a great direction to go. And as you heard from Mind the Gap, thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Fleury, please.
Hi, Mr. Chair. I apologize. I changed devices. Can you hear me well?
Oh, we hear you just fine.
Okay. Dean, thank you for that. And I want to begin by just thanking you. We have two city-owned homes in my area, and you and your team's engagement throughout the pandemic was very helpful. And pre-pandemic, as you know, I was a regular visitor and speaking with residents and with the family council. And I have to thank you, Jacqueline, and the various team members that worked at Gary J over the years to on the engagement. I'm very optimistic in terms of what's presented to us today with the people-centered approach, but I remain with like fundamental questions around what are we expecting out of the province on the long-term care piece, and the second one, to make my questions short, relates to the intake. So current waiting lists, we have aging population. How does long-term care help? We were talking earlier today about aging in place, for example. How do we ensure that residents are supported where they live? And how do we manage that waiting list and the growth of long-term care city-operated facilities? Sorry, I know it's a number of questions here, but because of the length of today's committee, I think it's trying to simplify it.
Mr. Chair, to Councillor Fleury, lots of good questions there. We still are not aware of what commitments the province is going to make. We know that the legislation for long-term care is being opened. We understand that the legislation will have a commitment to the 4 hours of care. We're not sure in terms of the commission and the recommendations in there and from the Auditor General report where the province is going to be going. And that's why, you know, as I was saying at the end of the presentation today, we need to be able to maintain some capacity in long-term care to be able to address what might be coming from a legislative perspective as we move forward. In terms of, you know, supporting the community and how do we meet their needs, our homes have continued throughout the pandemic to be admitting residents into our homes. I know that regionally and in parts of the province, not all long-term care homes were continuing to admit residents into the home, but we have done it safely throughout the pandemic when we could, with the restrictions from public health were lifted and we were permitted to admit people. We continue to do that. Our wait lists have gone up somewhat since a year ago, not significantly, but we do know that you know, individual caregivers in the community have been facing real challenges. We're looking at, and again, this isn't to do necessarily with admissions and more beds, but we're looking at how we can safely reopen our adult day programs to meet the needs of people living in the community, to give respite to caregivers. So our teams are in discussion about how we can safely reopen our adult day programs to at least meet that need within our community. There are licensed beds that have been approved in our Ottawa area over the last, I'm going to say the last 2 years. So we do know that there are more long-term care beds coming on board in the Ottawa area. And what's reassuring is a number of those beds are for not-for-profit or charitable homes, where we're seeing expansion in their number of licenses. And Councillor, I apologize if I've missed part of your question. If you want to repeat it, something I may have missed.
Just on your last point, Dean, so growth, you're talking about non-for-profit. Do we see any opportunities for city-owned, city-operated growth in terms of long-term care?
Councillor, I think I'll be asking Donna to weigh in on this, our general manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as Dean mentioned, right now the growth has been in the long-term sector, has been in our charitable sector in the community. And the plan that we have right now before you is really focused on our existing infrastructure that we have, and how do we transition that to a person-centered care. In terms of growth, we have not been contemplating growth. That has not been a piece of our strategic plan. It has been focused on the service delivery that we do today.
Okay, I'll take that offline with you, Donna and Dean. Appreciate today's report and the new strategic direction. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Meehan, please.
Thank you, Chair. I too would like to thank you very much for this report. I think it's a great step forward. Having had a mother in dementia care, I'm all too familiar with some of the challenges. One of the things that I've talked to a lot of PSWs in long-term care homes, and the thing that they want the most is to have a full-time job where they don't have to run between homes. And I'm just wondering, how are we doing in that regard? I know that if we're going to be changing to a patient-centered approach, that's really exciting for a lot of the people who work in homes, because that's one of the things that they say that they miss the most, that they're just running and they can't make that connection with somebody. So they want that ability to have more time, and they want to feel like when they walk in, it's their home as well, because they're going to translate that, of course, to the residents that they are interacting with. So how are we doing in terms of providing full-time jobs, like good paying full-time jobs? Because this isn't going to be for people who love elderly people, and like we need to make this the type of job that people just want to be in. They want this job, and we don't want staff shortages ever, because that'd be terrible. So I'm just wondering how we're doing in that regard. We need to pay them more. We need to give them benefits and make sure that they can stay in one home. How are we doing?
Mr. Chair, to Councillor Meehan, we are putting together a HR working group, and this HR working group is going to look at a number of different competing priorities. One, obviously, is with the funding from the province to identify how we'll move forward on implementing the 4 hours of direct care and what that service delivery model would look like. We're also looking at how can we create more full-time positions within long-term care. Can we be looking potentially at 2 part-time jobs becoming a full-time job? We're also, pre-pandemic, and even now that it's safe to do so, we are sharing staff in our homes. Housekeeping staff get shared, registered nurses get shared, registered practical nurses can work in multiple locations with us. And we're looking at other opportunities to leverage other positions in our homes where staff can work for the City of Ottawa and not necessarily to be working in 2 or 3 different jobs. So creating that security, the retention. So we're looking at different strategies in terms of how we can provide staff with up to full-time hours wherever possible. But it is a challenge in long-term care. I mean, with staff taking vacations, I don't think we're ever going to truly eliminate casual and some of our part-time positions, but it is definitely something that the sector is looking at, and we're going to take and allocate some specific resources to doing further research in how we can do that. I will say that the City of Ottawa does pay very well to long-term care workers. And I know that you hear about low-paying jobs in long-term care. The City of Ottawa is paying a very competitive wage at this time for all of our staff working in our homes.
Thank you, Dean. And I have to just say, I'm just totally amazed by the quality of workers in many of our homes. They really care. They really, and they were there when people needed them during the pandemic. It's really nice to see. Anyway, yeah, we got to treat them even better because they're caring for the people we love. But anyway, thank you so much. And thank you for all your work.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thanks, Councillor. Any further questions to staff on this item? Seeing none. Is this report received? Received. We have no in-camera items
Mr.
today.
Chair, Mr. Chair.
Oh, yes. Yes,
Sorry.
please go ahead.
When I met with Dean and staff yesterday, one of the asks is for funding. Doesn't that have to be carried as a funding for? He's looking for funding in the budget for $100,000 funding.
Yeah, it has to be
Doesn't have
carried.
to be. We need to carry that, right, Mark?
Correct.
Okay, so we need to carry, not just receive.
Pardon me. My notes are
Sorry, I just
incorrect. Is this report carried?
carried.
Carried.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor El-Shantieri. We haven't any in-camera items today. Do we have any notices of motion? Seeing none. Do we have any inquiries? Seeing none. Do we have any other business for today? Seeing none. On adjournment, is this motion carried?
Carried.
Carried. We are
Carried.
adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone. Our next meeting of Community and Protective Services is scheduled for Thursday, November 18th, 2021 at 9:30 a.m. This will be our CPSC budget meeting, and I'm looking forward to seeing you all then. I hope you all have a wonderful remainder of your day. Take care. Bye now.
Thank you, Chair.
Bye-bye.